everyone, and welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well and having a wonderful Thursday. Welcome in, J-Train. Congratulations on redeeming first, and welcome in, dear. Currently listening to a bard in Final Fantasy named fucking Mikey go ham playing Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters on the guitar. That's so fun. Shades to Megalovania? Okay. Going from Golden to Megalovania is kind of a vibe, though, to be honest. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well, and I hope you're excited to get back to the Vampire Yuri. Quick recap in case anybody needs a reminder or missed it. Last week we started a game called Cage of Roses, where we play as a noble lady, and our parents died. We got robbed. And then in the midst of trying to run away from the robbers got killed by a beautiful vampire lady who then took us hostage. And now we're just kind of hanging out at her house until she's ready to eat us. But she might fall in love with us instead. That's kind of the gist of it, basically. How are things? I was writing earlier and listening to Baldur's Gate 3 inspired heavy metal songs by Jonathan Young. That sounds so good! Things are going pretty well for me. I was just watching my friend play Baldur's Gate. My friend Undead's been slowly making his way through his first Baldur's Gate playthrough, and he's almost done with it, and it's so wild. I might be asking my friends to start another Baldur's Gate playthrough. The addiction's coming back. It's bad. Anyway, I don't think I have a whole lot else to say before we just go ahead and get into the game. I don't know how close we are to finishing the game. We're in Act 2, I believe. I actually don't know. I think we're in Act 2. And I know when you look up how long it takes to play the game, it's 4 to 12 hours. So we're kind of in the middle there. Emotional vampiring off of other people experiencing the game. We love to see it. We love to see it. Just gonna be playing Baldur's Gate 3 until the end of time. So, luckily for you guys, if I convince another group of friends to start another Baldur's Gate run, Monday nights, I don't stream on Mondays, but my friend Gizmo and my friend Undead both stream on Mondays, and we usually do friend slop games together, like Peak, or, Escape the Backrooms, Repo, things like that, and this whole Monday night game night got started because of a Stardew Valley run and a Baldur's Gate run with me, Ava, and Gizmo. Me, Ava, and Gizmo have not ever finished a Baldur's Gate run together. We got to Act 3 on one of them, and I think the save file got corrupted. We started a new one, and then got really into Peak and haven't played since, and now we have a new friend on our weekly Monday night game nights. So I asked them today if they wanted to start another Baldur's Gate game with Undead. And everyone but Undead has said yes. Undead was currently streaming, which is why he hasn't answered yet. So I won't be subjecting you guys to another Baldur's Gate game unless you would like to be. Unless you would like to be, then we could maybe figure something out. Pretty sure the one you're currently on is going to last several more months at least. Oh, yeah, absolutely. My Saturday night game streams, our first Baldur's Gate run took quite a while. Although, to be fair, our current Baldur's Gate run, next time we stream it, we're probably not going to finish Act 2, but we're getting pretty close to finishing Act 2. So, it's mostly just the behemoth of Act 3. Which is going to be slightly reduced because of all the people we've been killing. Anyway, I can turn the desktop audio on for you guys so you can also hear the music of Cage of Roses. I think we're ready to start playing. I think we're ready to start playing before I just start talking about Baldur's Gate all day. Okay, we are on Act 2. Right, so last time we played, Magdalena flirted with us, brought us dinner, and now we are alone again in the bedroom, just looking so much like a damsel in distress. Mieke passed that night much as she had the previous one, namely by lying abed in the nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed her, trying and failing to sleep. Oh damn, 2 sleepless nights in a row. We're gonna die. Up for talking about Baldur's Gate all day. I love Baldur's Gate so much, but I also don't want to paint myself in a corner where the only thing I do is stream Baldur's Gate 3. I like to have the freedom of variety, but also I want to play Baldur's Gate again. I want to play more. So it's been fun trying to find different excuses to play Baldur's Gate. So valid, that's how you get burnt out. Yes, exactly. Also, I have been really bad in the past about painting myself in a very niche corner, just with the kinds of things I make on the internet, and trying to claw your way out of the niche when you're done with it is... I don't enjoy that process. So if I keep variety, instead of only doing Baldur's Gate 3 for like another year or two, then I don't feel like I have to claw my way out and find new people that want to hang out. Which has been the fun thing about streaming though, is I've been able to like kind of do both, where I could do one thing for a really long time and then swap back to doing lots of different things, and you guys are super chill with it, which has been new for me because I'm used to like YouTube where that doesn't really work. Been a different game every night, and it's been helping avoid burnout. That is very smart. That's what I've really enjoyed about the because let me get my sentence. Saturday, ever since I started streaming, has always been playing with Roy and Moya Day. It used to be exclusively Minecraft, and then we experimented with some other multiplayer games, and it's been Baldur's Gate for like the past 2 to 3 years at this point. But other than Saturdays, I would do like the same things every day. Like Tuesdays and Thursdays were basically the same, and I'm sure you guys remember when we played nothing but Baldur's Gate all 3 days of the week. So when I started streaming on YouTube, it kind of, I guess I didn't have to split the week up, but I only wanted to stream on YouTube 1 day out of the 3, because it was kind of something I was trying out to see if I even liked it. And having that kind of forced me to figure out a schedule where I'm not playing the same story-based game all day, every day, has been really nice. I also feel like I'm playing more games because of it, which is really cool. Okay. I never did go on to the next paragraph. Thoughts of her parents continue to play upon her mind, and of her own fate. And more pressingly, even than any of that, Henny, our maid, our servant girl, who also probably was kind of our girlfriend. It was a little unclear. She did leave, and she had to face the wilderness on her own, so that's... Surely she's fine. Mieke wanted to believe that Henny, at least, had been able to escape. She wanted to believe that Henny would continue to live. She would go far from Magdalena's dreary home within the woods, and one day she would meet a nice man, and they would marry, and she would have children. Yeah, so we did see Henny's perspective. She did leave. I think she reached safety, and she is going to try to rescue us. So that's going to be kind of fun to see how that comes to play. We love variety. Not from you, though. Don't look at my stream history. You don't need to do that. And it's... Whatever works for one person may not work for another. So if you prefer to play the same game every single stream, and lots of people do that. I used to do that. Lots of people do that, and that's fine. I know myself, and I know sometimes I get burnt out of specific games, or I get tired of specific, like, niches, and I want to do something different. So I like doing something different each day of the week. Found you on YouTube because of Baldur's Gate, and then I started watching because you started streaming Dragon Age. That's so fun. Dragon Age really brings so many people together. I am really glad I started streaming Baldur's Gate on YouTube, because it was the people in the YouTube community that were like, you should do Dragon Age, that really like pushed me over the edge, because I was already kind of considering it, but it was one of those, like, I'm sure you guys have all had like a movie or like a game or something where you're like, yeah, I think I would like this, but you just keep procrastinating, like starting it or like watching it or whatever, like doing it. That was me with Dragon Age for a while. When Veilguard came out, I was like, oh, this looks kind of fun. And all of the Baldur's Gate people I was following are now talking a lot about Dragon Age, and the fan art is amazing. But it was people on YouTube that were like, we should do Dragon Age next because I think that'd be fun. And I was like, oh, you know what? Yeah, it would be. Actually, I think y'all are onto something, and y'all absolutely were. Absolutely were. I've been thinking about Dragon Age, alternating between Dragon Age and Baldur's Gate nonstop this week. Absolutely nonstop. Okay. Henny would be happy, whilst Mieke would soon be reduced to a pallid, wizened corpse, drained of all its blood. Well, don't threaten me with a good time. But it was such a fate so different from one that she would be afforded if she had wed Walter. Fuck Walter. Actually, I don't have a reason to hate Walter. But I don't like Walter. And neither does Mieke. Mieke might, in a perverse way, have been better off as Magdalena's captive than she would Walter's bride. At least here, in Magdalena's home, she had a bed to herself. It was an aged bed, yes, which creaked beneath her weight, but it was hers. There was no danger of Walter, or anybody else for that matter, joining her. And you know what? I can respect that. Just finally lost my Sprout in Final Fantasy yesterday, which means I'm no longer considered a new player, and I'm feeling some kind of way about it because it means I no longer have access to the Novice Network, which is the server-wide chat between new players and mentors, and I'm missing that social element of just having a constantly running conversation going in the background. Oh! That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. What would it take for you to become a mentor? Or like, I guess the idea is when you're a novice, you get the people to help you, and then you make friends in community, and then they're like, yeah, they could just do that. Idea of marrying a man is just as bad as the idea of being drained of all your blood. Totally straight thought to have. Don't examine that too hard at all. Damn, and I was just sitting here saying, yeah, no, she's so right for that. She's so real. If Mieke was to die in this bed, then so be it. She would welcome it. If Henny was alright, then she did not care what happened to herself. Sounds like we love Henny. Her own life was, and always had been, unimportant. Oh, well. Maybe that's not. If Mieke slept poorly that night, then she was not the only one. Unbeknownst to Mieke, Henny was finding it similarly hard to escape into the warm embrace of sleep. Henny's day had been a busy one, and still she was reeling from it all. Sitting upright in her own bed, Henny found herself turning the events of her own day over in her mind. Oh, she did make it to the town. It had been in the very early hours of the morning that Henny had finally made her way to Augsburg, transported there by the kindly merchant she had met during her meanderings in the forest. Henny had thanked the merchant profusely for his help, and had then set about looking for Walter Gearhart's home. Henny knew its location well, though she had only been there twice before. It was a large, imposing building, one of the finest in the vicinity, which could have rivaled the Von Essen home, but it was more modern in its construction. It was not the sort of house one could forget in a hurry. The sun had begun to rise in increments as Henny walked through Augsburg's streets, and it turned a marvelous shade of pinkish red as Henny arrived at Walter Gearhart's doorstep. The sunrise was very beautiful, but Henny hadn't been afforded the time to gawp and stare. She had more important matters to attend to. Either a lot of crafting and gathering, grinding, which I hate, or getting checks notes, 1,077 more player commendations than the 433 I currently have. It's gonna take a while. Oh. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. I hope you are still able to find some sort of substitute to that community and conversation, though. Because not having that after having it for a while does sound a little sad. Makes the game feel a little bit more lonely. Walter's maids had been beginning to stir when Henny set her knuckles to the door and rapped, anxious, all the while, that she would be taken for a beggar and turned away. Henny's clothes, once neatly pressed, had endured quite the battering during her wanderings in the woods. Her apron had been torn and flecked with dirt, and the soles of her shoes were encrusted with the stuff. Henny's cheeks and hands had been marred with cuts, and her fingernails had been rendered opaque with mud. She had looked so very grimy, she would not have been at all surprised if Walter's servants had called the bailiffs on her. Her appearance had not been one which would inspire confidence, nor invitations inside Walter's spacious drawing room. Welcome in, Blue Violin! How are you? I hope you're doing well! Yes, we started a visual novel that is basically a love story between a human girl and a vampire. But the human girl is being held captive right now, and we're in the point of view of her maid, who is trying to rescue her. The good thing about losing it, though, is that I've progressed on to the most recent expansion, so I get to continue the story and experience current content, so it's a trade-off that I'd been putting off for literal months. Oh! The new content's fun! I have not delved into Final Fantasy yet, but Amanda, that we raid into sometimes, plays Final Fantasy a lot, and it always looks so good, and the stories always seem like so immersive, and they seem like they hit really hard, so I am excited to get into it one of these days. Zenith, welcome in! How are you? I hope you're doing well! Have you got anyone in mind for Valentine's Day? It is so funny you say that, because I was talking about this last night with my friends, because two of my friends that are dating were talking about Valentine's Day gifts for each other, and I was trying to figure out whose birthday it was until it dawned on me, and then they made a joke about Valentine's Day being a day for people with bitches, and I said, hey, don't worry, I'm celebrating the day with Astarion from Baldur's Gate 3. So I guess Astarion is who I have in mind, as per usual. You're better now? I'm so glad to hear that you're doing better, Blue Violin. It's full body sobbing over the ending of the last expansion I finished. And Walker, oh! Well, now I'm excited. Going to go to Sam's house tomorrow and see what she wants to do. I hope you guys have fun. Or at least, like, yeah, no, I hope you guys have fun. Okay. Let's see what Walter's maids have to say about Henny. Henny had fretted that Walter's housekeepers might send her away in disgrace. Despite her fears, however, Henny had refused to move. It had been too important that she speak to Walter, that she speak to somebody. She had known, as she stood there, that she needed somebody to listen to her. Henny had knocked and knocked, her knuckles sore against the wood, until she had finally heard the sound of oncoming footsteps. The door had opened, and before Henny stood Walter's housekeeper, a tall, austere woman called Gertrude Schreiber, whom Henny had met twice before. Surely she'll recognize her. Decided that Smash Bros is going to be my Thursday game for a while. Very respectable. That is so fair. She called you handsome. I love that for you. What were you gonna say? For some reason, I was gonna correct it to, like, at least it's a pleasant time, kind of. I don't really know why I was correcting as if Valentine's Day is a holiday that's not allowed to be fun. That's the direction I was taking it in. But then I remembered, no, it is allowed to be fun. I don't know why I was, like, correcting as if you were going to a funeral. I don't really know what was going on in my brain. Also a holiday in my city? Oh, is it? That's fun. Henny had recognized Gertrude and all her straight blonde hair for a housekeeper. She was unusually young, but it had taken Gertrude several moments longer to recognize Henny. She had appeared ready to slam the door in Henny's begrimed face, her expression one of revulsion, until Henny called out to her. Oh, please don't be alarmed. I know what it looks like, but I'm not a beggar. It's me, Henrique, Lady Mieke's maid. I've come here on her behalf to let you know that there's been an accident. A horrible accident. I need to speak to your master at once. It's very important. Please let me have a word with Hern Gearhart. Henny's cries for help must have been effusive enough to thaw even Gertrude's icy exterior, for the housekeeper's expression had eventually softened. I thought you were gonna say something hilariously freaky. I was about to laugh. Yeah, no, that's not... But also, like, I hope you have fun. It could also be interpreted that way if you would like to. So, whatever is apt for this situation, I hope you guys have a great time. Gertrude promised in clipped tones that she would allow Henny to speak to her master, but not before she made herself presentable. I don't care what it is you have been through. You might have been savaged by wolves in the woods for all I care. Whatever it is you have endured, I will not let you see my master like that. It would reflect poorly upon me, as his housekeeper, if I let all the riffraff off the street into his home. You will need a bath first, at the very least. And we must do something about your clothes, too. Why, you look as though you have been dragged through a hedge backwards. Well, kind of have been. I'm sure I know for sure we're watching American Horror Story. Because that's peak Valentine's Day behavior. I haven't seen anything past the Apocalypse season. Is there anything past the Apocalypse season for that show? I used to be so into that show for a while. Like, I watched the Asylum season and the Freak Show season because the premises of both of those seasons were interesting to me. And then I said, oh, I really like this. Let me go back and actually watch the other seasons. And I was watching season 1, which is in the Murder House season, and the main girl was reading Nana, which is a manga and anime series that I was really into at the time. I guess I'm still really into it, but I was like actively watching it for the first time back then. And I said, wait a minute! I see what she is. And I got a little too excited about it and was really into American Horror Story after that for a while. You love Nana. It's so good. I want to read the manga, but I also know the manga is unfinished. It would be so fun to collect, but it's just, the anime was so good. Also, Blue, have you seen the, some of the new figures that have been coming out lately? There was 2 figures of the same scene that just came out. One of them they're kissing and the other one they're not. But I don't have the space nor the funds to be purchasing these figures, but it's still really exciting to see them. They look so cool. Henny tried to impress upon Gertrude the importance of what it was she had to communicate. There are things more important than clothes, but Gertrude, being Gertrude, had none of it. Icily unimpressed by Henny's pleas, Gertrude had made it clear that Henny would have a bath, at least, before she would be allowed within spitting distance of her master. To be fair, there's like a really good chance Walter's not even gonna be awake until we're done getting clean anyway, so like, Henny, girl, saw the anime and I'm sad the manga is unfinished. Yeah, same, but it's always, I think I'm probably still gonna collect it one of these days. I don't know, I watched the first episode. No, but seriously, I remember seeing advertisements for it, and I was so scared and hated it when I was 10. Fast forward to now, where I'm losing my shit laughing, because what do you mean the dude was caught in the kitchen jerking off by a ghost? I forgot about that. Season 1 is kind of wild. Season 1 is actually, all of the seasons get pretty wild sometimes. They all have their moments. At least from the ones that I've seen. Gertrude is one of Walter's house servants. Henny did go to that nasty man. Walter's probably not even a nasty man. I'm making shit up about him because we've not actually met his character. We just know that he and Mieke were engaged and it was kind of like an arranged marriage for convenience and business kind of thing. And Mieke was not excited about it. she was not excited about it. And I think Walter's also older than her in a way where it's like, oh, So, there is also that. This is a great privilege, you know. Hot water is a rare commodity. My own girls are not often afforded this luxury. You ought to be grateful. Okay, Gertrude. Henny was grateful, she supposed, that Gertrude had allowed her into the Gerhardt home at all. But she had been less so at her insistence that her news could wait until all the dirt had been scrubbed from between her fingers and toes. Henny had known full well, while she bathed, that Mieke could have been languishing in a prison cell. Or worse, being put to death. She's fine. She's actually risen up a vampire. She's alright. Probably a meth overlord. Walter's a very meth overlord kind of name. Yeah, he might be starring in his own visual novel that might be called Breaking Bad or something like that. Who's to say? Who's to say? Hotel was fucking crazy. I loved Hotel. I forgot about it. Hotel was my favorite season. It was so good. I remember walking past my mother watching it in the living room, and there was some dude getting pegged by a demon. My face was that gif of that dude holding the paper, like, what the fuck did I read? Hotel is so... I love a good vampire story. I never left my vampire phase, actually. It just lied dormant before Baldur's Gate came out. I bet he's bald, too. You know what? Yeah. I think we actually technically know he's not bald. I'm not sure, but he could be bald. If he's not actually bald, he's bald in spirit. Speaking of bald people, have y'all seen the new Funko Pops for Dragon Age? The Soulless one looks particularly punchable. And wears sunglasses and a bowler hat. Who knows, guys? He might... Poor guy was a science teacher and his health insurance didn't cover the treatment. He might have lung cancer. Wig. He could be wearing a wig. This is also true. Jesse, we need to cook. Hey, if we meet somebody named Jesse in this visual novel, then we'll know. It had taken almost 2 hours before Gertrude was satisfied by Henny's appearance, at which point the sun had risen and the last vestiges of the night had been swept away. Henny had not been permitted a chance to sleep throughout the night, save for the brief spell where she had been unconscious in Magdalena's cell. Though neat after her bath, her skin was washed free of filth, and her body shrouded in a clean uniform identical to the one which Walter's serving drudges wore. Henny still felt exhausted to the point of delirium. Henny had been so tired, she had feared she would collapse before she was able to properly explain to Walter the dangers his fiancée had found herself in. But Henny had known that she had to try. It had been a little after 9 o'clock that Henny had been permitted to entry to Walter Gerhardt's study, wherein she had found the master of the manor, cleanly shaven and sipping a cup of tea. I don't want to like Walter, but his fit does go a little hard. I don't know if I like Walter, but I wouldn't mind if I looked like Walter. Walter had seemed surprised to see Henny, and had regarded her, initially with some confusion. Goodness me, I did not think when Gertrude said I had a visitor that it would be you. You are Fra Henrique, correct? My Mieke's maid. Gizmo, welcome in! Funny enough, it's odd that we have summoned you by talking about bald people. Welcome in, Gizmo, I hope you're doing well. Henny had not liked the way that Walter had said my Mieke. The wedding had yet to be held, and now perhaps it never would be, but she had swallowed her distaste regardless. Okay. So maybe he's giving a little sleazy, and I'm not really sure how to convey that with the way I read his lines. So we all just have to know, make a mental note. Walter's a little sleazy. I've been so... my favorite thing about you, Gizmo, is the fact that you have always been the bald guy in our friend group, even when you're not bald. You will have hair on your head, a head full of hair, and say, yeah, I'm bald. And we were just like, yeah, of course. Bald friend Gizmo. I don't like Walter. He ruined Jesse's life. Oh, wait, you're talking about Alucard copycat over here. Yes. We don't like this Walter because we're playing as a lesbian who is in an arranged marriage with, or about to be in an arranged engagement with this man. Okay, I've read all of this. She had always been trying to tell Mieke, after all, that she should be happy at her future wedding to Walter. Damn. Walter was a good man, Henny had told herself. A gentleman despite his lowly origins. His lowly origins? He had been born from nothing and, with a series of shrewd investments, had built himself an empire. Right, because nobility cared about that sort of thing back then, I guess. He cared for Mieke. The possessive manner in which he spoke of her proved it, and he would surely rush to her side once he knew of her plight. That had been Henny's hope, at least, as she stood in the Walter's study. Yes, that is right, Herr Gerhardt. I'm Henrique. I'm Overlord! Welcome in, Overlord. Overlord is already popping off. His drip is immaculate. I'd be collecting ore just by existing. Fuck Walter, stop ore farming. Hey, you can't help it. The nature of visual novels is, these are sprites. They're gonna be ore farming for a while. Welcome in, Overlord. I hope you're doing well. Who's this hottie? He looks immaculate. This is Walter, the guy that our lesbian girly is supposed to marry. I do think it's funny, we spent a lot of time making jokes about Breaking Bad and saying this guy was gonna be bald, only for him to basically be Alucard. I am flattered that a great man such as you remembers a lowly maid like me. But of course I remember you. We've not been afforded the opportunity to speak, but you and my Mieke are as thick as thieves. My Mieke still? Girl, we know who Mieke is. The my Mieke, like, is kind of like how people say, like, oh, my friend. Isn't he homophobic? Possibly. But maybe in the way that, maybe in the way that this is, I guess, Victorian era? Maybe before? Probably Victorian era? And at that point, is he really being homophobic, or is he just entitled to Mieke? He a homophobe? I can fix him. Overlord. Rest in peace, but also I get it. You and I are both sitting here with our toolboxes trying to fix awful men. No, Overlord, you can't. All you can do is kill him and give me his clothes. For real. One can scarcely be seen without the other. In that sense, you're very like a pair of conjoined twins. You could be a modern medical marvel, almost. Okay. Walter had laughed at this, a sound which had seemed rather inappropriate to Henny after she had endured so many horrors the night prior. Walter had not yet known, of course, about the bandits and the bloody violence they had wrought in Magdalena. But Henny thought he could at least have looked concerned that his fiancée, who had been supposed to visit him the day prior, was nowhere in evidence. Hey, yeah, actually, if we were supposed to be here yesterday and we haven't gotten here yet, and he's just like, huh, you're her maid, y'all are always together. Right, okay. Maybe he's just assuming Mieke's there because she's there. I shall accept my best buddy's quest and stake him and give the clothes to best buddy. And you know, you're probably better off too, Overlord. Did he not care that Mieke had vanished, seemingly into thin air? Perhaps he had consoled himself, as all men of great import do, that nothing had gone wrong, that nothing could go wrong, given his vast riches. He must have reassured himself the night prior that Mieke's carriage had been waylaid by some innocent purpose, perhaps a faulty wheel or a need for a new horse. He had not, after all, been worrying of Mieke and her welfare. He did not care. Speaking of which, Walter had leaned forwards in his chair, his laughter ceasing, to examine Henny with a newfound degree of thought. I do not see your twin with you right now. Is my lovely Mieke not in your company? About that. Oh, don't tell me she fell sick on the journey here. That would be truly heartbreaking. Oh, well, we have worse news, actually. I'd hate to think of my dear fiancé convalescing in some miserable inn on the roadside. No, that isn't quite it. You see... Then she is not sick? Girl, let me tell the story. Where the devil is she, then? Don't tell me she's having cold feet. Did she send you here, Frau Henrique, to break my heart in her stead? Or in her stead? It seems unlike Mieke, her being one of the fairest of her sex, but if her parents are having second thoughts, the fairest of her sex is crazy. Walter's aura farming, my fucking god, it's pungent. I love that we have all decided we don't like Walter for, like, very little reason. I shall get coffee and maybe reheat my wonderfully made rice curry. I hope your rice curry is good. I hope it's good. It sounds like it'll be good. I love curry. It isn't that either. Lady Mieke's not sick, but I'm afraid she might be, and irreversibly so, if you don't do nothing to save her. Oh, Herr Gerhardt, it's awful what happened. You'd hardly believe it. If you'd seen what I'd seen, if you knew what I knew, then... Oh, it was horrible. It was simply horrible. Like something from a nightmare. We were traveling through the woods, Herr Gerhardt, the Von Essens and me, your Mieke included, when we were set upon by bandits. They stormed the carriage and they demanded... I don't rightly remember, but they asked for all sorts. They asked for jewels, and when that weren't enough, they went after the gold, and when that weren't enough, they took out their blades and... By Jove! Walter's face, by this point, had turned very pale, all traces of merriment summarily dispersed. They didn't harm my Mieke, did they? Well... They meant to, Herr Gerhardt, but they couldn't finish the job. They made short work of the Lord and Lady Von Essen, and their coachman, too. The poor bastard. But they didn't get their grubby hands on Lady Mieke. I saw to that. I took her hand during the hubbub and led her out into the woods. We ran, and we ran, and we ran, but the bandits were fast, and they gained on us. I feared all was lost, but then... But then? Walter leaned closer still, almost driving his elbows into his half-drunk cup of Earl Grey as he did so. That grammatically incorrect. It is what it is. He's got more aura than me and he's cheating. Zenith, you could also become an Alucard ripoff and farm aura just like Walter. Without that outfit, he loses. He does lose all that aura. He's just a regular handsome man. You know, I kind of want to argue it's the outfit himself that makes him read as a handsome man. What happened, Frau Henrique? Surely you and Mieke must have survived, else you would not be standing here now, looking shaken, I admit, but in one piece. Please tell me my Mieke was alright. That is to say, Henny had thought of nothing save talking to Walter Gerhardt over since her flight from Magdalena's abode. But at this crucial moment, she had found herself quite at a loss. How could she tell Walter Gerhardt of Magdalena? It sounded ridiculous, the sort of tale which could exist only within the pages of a Penny Dreadfuls. Dracula was a well-known figure even among the literati who considered Gothic horror beneath them, but he had no place in polite society. Damn. Guys, we need to make a place in polite society for Dracula. One did not simply discuss vampires out in the open, in oak-paneled studies such as Walter's. Not to well-dressed, wealthy men who had made their fortunes in mundane affairs like the railways. Henny did not know Walter particularly well, but she could tell from his clothes and his demeanor that he fancied himself a staunch rationalist. It had been immediately obvious that such a man would never hold with vampires. Even Henny herself, being born to a superstitious mother who wore about her neck a lucky rabbit's foot, could scarcely credit what she had seen. It had been blatantly unbelievable. She would not have believed it if she were in Walter's position, but she had no choice but to, after all she had witnessed. She had seen those bandits torn to pieces before her eyes, smelt their blood, and heard their screams. Their deaths had imprinted themselves upon her eyelids like a tableau. She saw it when she blinked, her thoughts steeped in crimson. How could she make Walter see what she had seen? How could she make him understand? Henny had feared it would be a tall order, particularly given her limited vocabulary. Mieke had always been better at describing things than she, but she had known she had to try. And there was nothing else for it. Henny had forced herself to swallow down her anxiety. It had tasted, strangely enough, of cod liver oil. Okay. And begin her missive. She told Walter of the mysterious woman who had come to their rescue, who had pulverized the skulls and the spines of the pursuing bandits as a child might crumple crepe paper. She told him of awakening in a darkened cell with only one window, of meeting Magdalena, and of the ultimatum Mieke had struck her with. Henny had relayed a good deal of information to Walter, and as she had seen him shifting. Walter had examined her, not with fear, as she had hoped, but with something far harder to ascertain. Was it perplexity, perhaps? Or worse, pity? Henny had known, even before Walter spoke, that it was a lost cause. Fuck this guy. Convincing Walter of Mieke's plight had been her only task, and she had failed. She had not been able to sway him. He had not believed her. That is quite the tale, Frau Henrique. No, it isn't a tale. It's true. It's true, I tell you. Every last word of it. Lady Mieke has been imprisoned by a vampire and... If I don't act, and quickly, she'll be drained of all blood and will soon die. Yes, I did hear. That would be awful indeed, were it true, but... It is true here, Gerhardt. I swear it's true on my own mom's life. I wouldn't tell such a great pack of fibs, not over something so important. I can't imagine that you would, no. I know little of you, but I am aware of your loyalty to my Mieke. She trusts you with her life, or so I've gathered, more so than she trusts me. Well, she does not really know you. She flinches away from all of my caresses, but she isn't half so cold towards your affections. Then surely you must be able to see that I'm being honest. This is matter of life and death. My lady's very life is at stake. Yes, indeed, I understand. Will you send out a search party then? It isn't too late. Mieke's life might still be spared, if only you act. It's a weird taste for anxiety. Anxiety to me usually tastes like stale bread. That's fair. I can't say anxiety has a taste to me. I can't say I can relate to anxiety manifesting in flavor, but cod liver oil is definitely oddly specific. I suppose it would be in your best interest to believe that, yes. Dum Spiro Sparrow? Whatever that means, and all that. I beg your pardon? Oh, forgive me, my bad habit. It's Latin. Cicero. It means, while I breathe, I hope. Okay, I'm glad he explained. As you survived your ordeal, Frau Henrique, it would behoove you to cling to the belief that the young Lady von Essen might still live. But alas, it seems rather unlikely, don't you think, after all you have related? No, Herr Gerhardt. What I said is nothing but the truth. You have to believe me. And like I said, I do believe you. About the bandits, at least. Unfortunate though that is, it really is a bloody business. I can accept, however, unwillingly, that this did indeed come to pass. It is not inconceivable that Lord and Lady von Essen met their demise, thus, vita incerta mors. I'm just butchering the Latin language, and for that I apologize. As for your talk of vampires, however, this is something I cannot accept. No sensible man could. And that's why he's not getting rizzed up by a hot vampire baddie. What you have related would go down very well, I am certain, in the company of writers. They are a careless, feckless sort, but it will hold no water with me. You must have hit your head, Frau Henrique, while running from these bandits. That or your fear has undone you, not that I blame you. You must have endured a good deal for a member of the fair sex. Okay. Back from my great adventure, my family's kitchen, curry in hand. We love to see it. Popping off with your curry and your hot coffee with cream? That does sound delicious. Also, Walter's kind of crazy for this, because he's like, damn girl, you went through a lot for a woman. I would like to see Walter go through the exact same thing. I would like to see Walter go through it. Why, even most men, I fear, would have gone to pieces, circumstances being what they were. Your thoughts have been addled. Your delusions. Walter had stressed this word, his fingers steepled together upon his escritier? About vampires are nothing more than a coping mechanism to soften the reality of the situation. I hate this man. Mieke, too, must have perished. What? No! Herr Gerhardt, please! Henny had tried to appeal to Walter's sympathies, but in vain. One look at Walter's countenance, now closed off, had told Henny all she needed to know. Walter had thought her quite insane. I think a spell of bed rest would do you some good, Frau Henrique. Though you are not one of my servants, I am not so very unkind that I would cast you out onto the streets. You have witnessed horrors I can only guess at, and I'm very sorry for your loss. You may remain here if you wish, for as long as you feel you need to. Get some rest, and do try to calm down. I will summon a physician to look over you in the meanwhile, to see if anything is awry. I suppose I also ought to summon the police once you have had a chance to rest, so you might give them an account of what you witnessed in the woods. They will be very interested in the fates of Lord and Lady von Essen, and of my Mieke, too. I would advise you against telling them all of this malarkey about vampires, however. I fear they may be less understanding than I, and you may be hauled to an asylum for your troubles. I would not want you to be incarcerated, Frau Henrique, and I doubt my Mieke would want that either. It is a miracle you were able to escape with your life. Do not waste it. Remember, o quam cito transit gloriam. That's probably not what that's supposed to sound like. Now, you are dismissed. Gertrude will show you your new lodgings, if you will be so kind. Yes, Herr Gerhardt. Right away, sir. Gertrude, who had been standing in one corner of Walter's study, as unobtrusive as a houseplant, made to escort Henny to the servants' quarters. Henny had cast her gaze back to Walter before she left, her brow furrowed. Walter had begun to sip once more at his breakfast tea, as though he had not a care in the world. This sight, of Walter drinking his tea as if it were any other Monday morning, had filled Henny with the sudden urge to take the teapot and upend its contents all over Walter's officious-looking face. To be fair, Walter and Mieke did not really know each other. They were essentially strangers. But it is crazy that he's like, damn. Anyway, Fuck this man and his blonde ass wig. All my homies hate Walter. But to play as Jigglypuff? Oh, that's fun. Maybe curry with coffee is a bad combo, but now knowing J-Train is gonna be playing as Jigglypuff, it ain't so bad. You know what? We'll take the win. We'll take the positivity. Walter does seem kind of like a dick. I think his character has to be a dick for us to not feel a type of way about Mieke basically abandoning her future husband to fall in love with the vampire girl. But it does seem like Magdalena is a fantasy escape for Mieke. She's secluded from society, so any sort of romance they do have is going to be very much like escapism, kind of. Kind of like in the show Our Flag Means Death, where I think it's Stede Bonnet. I know they're based off of real life pirates. He basically escapes off to sea and then ends up going and being gay at sea. That's kind of what we're doing. So even if Walter wasn't a bad guy, it still wouldn't work out because Mieke is a lesbian. She is not into men. But I think having Walter be kind of a dick softens the blow and makes it easier to be like, damn, fuck that guy. Let's go fall in love with a vampire. But powerful though this urge was, Henny had abstained. What would that accomplish? It would not help Mieke. Making an enemy of Walter Gearhart would only serve to render Henny homeless, cast out onto the streets with nowhere else to turn. Begrudgingly, Henny followed Gertrude, the door of Walter's study closing behind her with a thud. Henny had then spent the rest of that day convalescing in bed with the dingy servants quarters. Walter was a man of his word, if nothing else, and he had summoned a physician later in the day to look Henny over. This physician gave Henny a brief examination, then declared that she was physically fit, but mentally exhausted. A day or two of bed rest would do her good. She has something of a fever, and she seems distracted. The physician's report had been so mild, Henny could have laughed in his face. Was it any wonder she seemed distracted when even now Mieke, her Mieke, not Walter's, was in Magdalena's thrall, languishing in all likelihood in a dungeon? Henny wished to fly to Mieke's side, but could not. She was more exhausted than she had anticipated, and lying down made it more so. Dazed and disoriented, Henny had begun to drift in and out of slumber. Her dreams were broken, yet largely featured Mieke, her eyes wide, lips parted in a horrible scream. Henny had slept so much during the day that when night fell, she had found herself unable to rest. Walter's scullery maids, upon arriving to their quarters, had regarded Henny with some surprise. They fell upon her with curious questions, all buzzing excitedly, like so many moths drawn to a brightly flickering flame. "Where are you from?" the girls asked. "And when did you arrive here? And how long will you be here?" Henny had been in no fit state to answer these queries, however. She had been almost relieved when the sour-faced Gertrude came to scold her underlings for their rowdy misconduct. "Oh, do leave Frau Henrique alone. She has had a trying series of days by all accounts, and she needs to rest. That is what Herr Gearhart has decreed, and I will not have any of you naughty girls disobeying his orders. Now, stop with your silly chatter. I doubt Frau Henrique much wants to listen to you, and your friendly overtures are all in vain. She is not one of our servants, and I doubt she will be staying here much longer." Gertrude's stern address seemed to do the trick, for the maids kept a wide berth from Henny throughout the night. They talked among themselves and played cards, and only occasionally did they glance to look at her. Curious, no doubt, about these trying days Henny had endured. The maids had eventually begun to yawn, and at 10 o'clock they took to their beds, snuffling snores and creaking bed frames soon filling the room. The 6 scullery maids in Walter's employ all slept, but Henny found she could not. Restless and agitated, Henny now found herself standing by the window. Suddenly feeling claustrophobic, she unlatched it. Then she let her arms rest upon the sill and looked out into the streets. The sky outside was black as pitch and scattered with stars, the moon around and full. The moonlight played against Henny's cheek, turning it paler than it already was, while the cool breeze caressed her hair. One of the maids who slept closest to the window, Agnes, Henny thought her name was, stirred in her sleep, perhaps disturbed by the open window. Her eyelids, however, did not flutter. Henny afforded the girl only a brief glance before returning her gaze once more to the night sky. Somewhere out there, sequestered away in the woods, was Mieke. Henny was certain that Mieke lived still, and that, as surely as Henny was thinking of her friend was thinking of her. "Don't worry, Mieke," Henny murmured this under her breath, so as to not wake Walter's scullery maids. Her face turned to the cold. "I've not forgotten you. I never will. I'll find a way to rescue you, with or without Herr Gerhardt's help. You don't need him, not when you have me. You know, I'm starting to think you might have been right about him." Here, Henny allowed herself to smile, though the situation was not all that funny. "He isn't a worthy husband for you, and I don't give a damn that he can speak Latin. There are many, many other qualities I'd rather have in a man. You deserve much better." And we are finding much better. In a vampire body. The next few days passed with such an intolerable slowness that Mieke felt as though she had been imprisoned in Magdalena's abode for a small eternity. It was hard for Mieke to know the precise length of her incarceration, for she had no calendar to consult. She did not even know what precise hour it was, the carriage clock in her dusty morgue of a bedroom being frozen, for all perpetuity, at 10 minutes past midday, or midnight. During the dreary days, Mieke fell into something of a routine. She awoke with the chirping of the birds, when shafts of sunlight were beginning to sneak through the gaps in her curtains, cutting golden grooves against the aged carpet. Upon waking, Mieke would discover a tray left on her bedside, laden with tea and pastries. Her breakfast always came with a brief imperative note, written in Magdalena's now familiar hand. "Eat." Mieke consumed her breakfast, then set about her ablutions. She washed her face in the basin and her hair, then changed from her nightgown into one of the many dresses Magdalena had kindly bequeathed to her. After dressing, Mieke would try the door handle, though with little hope. It was always locked. Minded up taking history, try and find a gate to hell. Want to visit Avernus for 5 minutes? Fucking leave before Zariel gets me. Leave before Zariel gets you. I'm going there to handle Zariel. After what she did to my girl Carla? Always found demonic realms fascinating. No, this is fair. This is fair. It is fascinating how places like that get explored in fiction. I can't blame you for that, Zenith. Left with little else to do, Mieke whiled away her days reading. She devoured book after book, as a starving man might a plate of warm, nourishing pie. Nothing was off limits for Mieke, from chilling horror tales to sweeping romances, historical accounts to traveling guides, philosophical tracts to collections of poetry. Mieke did not much care what she read, so long as it eased the drudgery of her waking hours. While reading, Mieke was freed from her boredom and, worst of all, her worries about Henny, and her own looming fate which dwelt beyond it. During the day, Mieke's hostess was conspicuously absent, doubtless sleeping in her own chamber, protected from the sunlight. This would make sense. It wasn't until the night fell that Magdalena put in an appearance in Mieke's chamber, her hands laden with Mieke's dinner. Magdalena sat upon Mieke's bed to observe her while she ate, and from time to time she would talk, her voice light and lilting, and almost sweet. Magdalena asked Mieke about the books she had been reading, and though Mieke had been initially reluctant, she soon found herself responding. Part of Mieke feared if she did not talk, her vocal cords would begin to rust from disuse, much like the keyhole that had sealed her windows shut. She needed some opportunity to speak aloud, to assure herself that she was still alive despite all of the odds. Doubt we're alone out there. Must be other life forms out there, demonic, angelic, or otherwise. Probably. Also, Other planets for sure. I don't know. It just makes sense. Though I doubt Hell or Heaven has Wi-Fi. You never know, Zenith. You never know. Could you imagine, though? That would be crazy. In time, too, Mieke found that she was not speaking to Magdalena solely from a sense of obligation. Magdalena's company was not entirely unpleasant. When she tactfully chose not to remind Mieke of her plans to eat her, that was... Wait, you mean that's not part of the appeal of romancing a vampire? Magdalena had not spoken of drinking Mieke's blood for several days, however. It seemed almost as though she had forgotten about it, content instead to play at being a hostess. Mieke had once feared Magdalena, but as the days passed, her anxiety began to wane. It was hard work being on edge all the time. Magdalena was so unfailingly polite, Mieke sometimes caught herself wondering whether they might have been friends had they met under other circumstances. But then Mieke would catch Magdalena's gaze and see once more how red her eyes were, as red as violence, and she would start. Magdalena had not killed her yet, but she surely would. Someday soon, perhaps. She would tire of talking about Goth and Schlegel? And Eckerman, and then she would show her true colors. I met Satan, a vlog! New Instagram post, I'm in hell, guys! And wouldn't that just be wild? Wouldn't that be wild? She would take Mieke's jaw betwixt her gloved fingers, and then bring her teeth to Mieke's throat. Then she would bite, and she would drink. Mieke's blood would be drained from her body until she turned cold, numb and still and insensible. How could they ever hope to be friends under such circumstances? They could not even be acquaintances. It was unthinkable that anything could develop between them. They were nothing but a captor and a captive, a jailer and a prisoner. Mieke was at Magdalena's mercy, but sometimes, when Magdalena spoke to her, Mieke thought she could detect something in her gaze which spoke, not of bloodlust, but of loneliness. It was during times like these that Mieke thought they mightn't have been so very dissimilar after all. It was later that night that Magdalena paid a visit to Mieke, when the sun had set and the sky beyond Mieke's bedroom window was black as pitch. Magdalena looked unusually apologetic as she let herself into Mieke's room, with a light shuffling of footsteps and the familiar click of the door, which she locked behind her. After slipping the key into her pocket, she turned to face Mieke and spoke. I think you know why I am here. I have put this off for much too long as it is, and now it is time to take from you what I want. Magdalena inhaled, then took a few steps forth, her red eyes heavy with seriousness of the situation. I brought you here for a purpose. It is past time I fulfilled it. I must confess, however, that I do not feel at all good about treating such a lovely young woman so roughly. Typically, I pursue bandits and highwaymen, brigands whom deserve every iota of misfortune I inflict upon them. These are criminals, often petty crooks nobody would miss. I make the world a better place, or so I like to tell myself, by disposing of them. But I cannot tell myself the same in regards to you. This is a first for me, so forgive me if I am somewhat awkward. I've been unsure how, exactly, to proceed. But proceed I must. I only hope you do not take it too personally. I have no genuine desire to harm you. Then why do it? This question was so soft, it seemed to lose its way in Mieke's darkened bedchamber. Getting kicked out of hell for flirting with the succubus? Gone wrong! Oh! Well, Zenith, good luck. Good luck. Part of Mieke doubted it would reach Magdalena's ears, and indeed, it took the other woman a while to react. But react in time she did. I do it because I must. It is in my nature to cause others pain. Preying upon humans is simply what my kind must do if we wish to keep on living. Try not to worry overly, though, if you can help it. I'm not sadistic. I won't cause you any greater pain than I need to. And I won't kill you either. There's more I wish to take from you yet before I turn you into a corpse. Okay, wait! So she's finally come to the conclusion that she can have, like, a little bit every once in a while as a treat, and that I don't have to die? Where do you go if you get kicked out of hell? Super hell? Let me know if you meet Castiel down there, Zenith. Maybe you go to the place where people who use the Death Note go, which you don't go to hell or heaven. You just kind of, like, chill out in nothingness. You just go into the void. Magdalena drew back the curtains to better illuminate Miyake's chamber with the moon's milky glow, then took a seat upon the edge of the bed. The vampire reached for Miyake's arm, her gloved fingers slicing through the darkness. Her digits soon seized about Miyake's wrist, as firm and immovable as steel. Her grip was hard, yet she was surprisingly gentle when she turned Miyake's arm upwards to reveal the white skin of her palm. Her wrist. Miyake had always been pale, yet she appeared even more so in the moonlight. Her skin was as smooth as the interior of a conch shell, and Magdalena sighed to see it. You really are pretty. It almost seems a shame to mark your skin, or sully it. But spoiling things is all I'm good for. At least you'll be able to hide your injuries beneath your sleeves come the morning's light. What? Miyake looked at Magdalena, her expression uncomprehending. Magdalena was only inches apart from her. Their faces so close, Miyake could see how Magdalena's eyelids trembled. Magdalena was devoid of all the self-righteous pomp with which she usually conducted herself. She seemed contrite, guilty as a young child caught out by an angry parent. Miyake felt for her, but still, she worried about her own fate. Did Magdalena mean to bite her? Surely she must. That was the whole reason behind her visit, at so late an hour. Miyake did not understand why Magdalena was examining her arm, however, like an antiquarian might inspect an old necklace. They send you back through the door and get banned, so next time you die, it's either heaven or instant reincarnation as an insect. Oh! Interesting world building we've got going on here in chat. Could you imagine? That would be wild. Aren't you, Miyake swallowed. Aren't you going to drain my blood? Indeed, I am. Must I make my intentions so plain? Magdalena smiled, but her voice was dry when she next spoke. For all the books you read, your intelligence is nothing to boast about, Miyake. I just thought I would clarify. I don't understand, though. What isn't there to understand? It is a quite simple process to comprehend, really. Observe. Magdalena reached for the table, then lifted a strange silver blade. Miyake supposed that she must have kept it upon her as an assassin might, the blade sharp and silver in the moonlight. Magdalena pressed the blade of the knife to the inside of Miyake's arm, a few inches below the bend of her elbow, then said, I will cut you with this knife, and you will bleed. Then I will collect your blood in a dish I brought with me for this very purpose. It is an unusual ritual, yes, but it is not so complicated. Surely a well-bred young woman like yourself can comprehend it, so she's not gonna bite us? Damn. It's like that beautiful dirge that you see on YouTube getting shipped with Gortash. I don't see that. I see that big hunky lizard getting shipped with Gortash. She is beautiful though, this is true. No bitey, no lovey-dovey. This is so sad. We gotta work up to the bite. I guess this is fair. If I were an insect, I would want to be a praying mantis. I feel like a praying mantis would be interesting. I just got back this art, OMG. Gizmo, this is my vampire girlfriend. We're not girlfriends yet. But trust. We'll get there. We'll get there, trust. I understand, but... Miyake gasped, her breath catching in her throat as Magdalena pressed the knife's edge to her skin. Magdalena had not pressed hard enough to lacerate her skin. Not yet, at least. But the knife was hard and unyielding, and the promise of pain made Miyake shiver. I thought you would be biting me, not cutting me. Miyake looked at Magdalena's mouth. Her fangs were obscured, hidden behind her pursed lips, but Miyake had seen them often enough to know how sharp they were. Magdalena's teeth had been made to rend human flesh. Why, then, would she resort to a knife? It seemed an unnecessary layer of obfuscation to the act of bloodletting. Perhaps it was to assuage Magdalena's guilt about what it was she was to do. Or perhaps... My. Magdalena smiled, her carmine lips splitting to reveal her wickedly sharp incisors. What is this, Miyake? Do you wish me to bite you? No, that isn't it. I don't wish it. Of course I don't. But I thought that was what vampires were supposed to do. Miyake, do not fumble this! You're basically married. I'm glad you see the vision, Gizmo. I'm so glad you see the vision. Is that not what you're known for? I suppose we are, in all the folk stories and the legends, but I prefer to take a more pragmatic approach. Pragmatic? Magdalena nodded. It is much more practical to cut you. The wound would be easier to clean, and it will heal more quickly. It will be less painful, too. You will thank me for my reticence? I am sure when we are finished here. If I were to sink my fangs into you, I fear I wouldn't be able to stop myself. Your blood smells so very sweet. I would be obliged to suck you dry. Oh. So we're not getting sucked dry tonight? Gotta boot up Baldur's Gate for that, I guess. I would like things to last just a touch longer than that. You don't wish to be drained of all your blood in one single session, do you? All of the buildup would be for naught, then. Miyake shook her head, shivering. I don't wish to be drained at all. I know you don't. I don't much blame you either. Here, Magdalena's good humor seemed to fail her. She sighed, her eyes half-lidded, the frown sliding from her face like melting snow come the springtime. I don't much want to do this either. But I have no choice. As I said, this is what I must do as a vampire. I might defy our legends in some regards. I am not wholly typical of my kind, but I am still a monster in the end. Now, sit still, and do try not to squirm. I have no desire to make this more painful than it needs to be. Magdalena angled her hand so as to press the blade of the knife more snugly to Miyake's skin. Inhale deeply, now. One big breath. Yes, just like that. There's a good girl. Guys, she called us a good girl. This will be over before you know it. Magdalena was as good as her word, too. Miyake had scarce inhaled, drinking in a lungful of stagnant air, when Magdalena made her move. She drew the knife across the inside of Miyake's arm, the blade sinking deep into her skin. Ah! Miyake exhaled, shocked as a sharp stinging sensation coursed through her. It was painful, yes, but not so painful as she had feared. Magdalena had been quick about her incision, and precise with it, her motions as well practiced as a surgeon's. Not the gay button. That's what we're here for, dear. Depositing the knife upon Miyake's bedside, the blade of which was tarnished with spilled blood, Magdalena then set a bowl beneath Miyake's arm to collect her ill-gotten goods. The bowl was a shallow one, and soon it was half full with blood, thick and... I actually don't know how this word is said. Vicus? Viscous? I think it's vicus. And redder, even, than Magdalena's eyes. Miyake watched on as Magdalena drained her, her breath caught in her throat. She could feel the pain. By God, it stung. Yet it had happened so suddenly, she scarcely registered it. Viscous? Oh, okay. Thank you, dear. She felt no sense of loss as Magdalena drained her, nor any real wrongdoing. She was shocked instead, too stunned to know how she ought to respond. Goodness. Magdalena sighed as she observed Mieke's blood, which was pooled in the bottom of the bowl like a profane offering to a pagan god. Your blood is so very red, Mieke, and it is so very pretty. I suppose I could try a drop or two of it myself to see whether it tastes as good as it looks. But no, I must abstain. That ought to be enough, for tonight at least. You bled well for me, Mieke, and you bore your burden with the grace one might expect of a true noblewoman. You did not even scream, though I saw you wince. I ought to commend you for that. Men stronger than you have screamed when faced with far less. Magdalena set the bowl aside, along with the dirtied knife, and drew her cloak protectively about her slender shoulders. Mieke was afraid, for a few moments, that Magdalena meant to leave her already, her task fulfilled. But no. Magdalena rose once again, drawing shut the curtains, almost as if she could not bear to let the moon witness what pain she had wrought upon Mieke. This completed, she turned her attention to the basin which rested upon the writing desk. The basin was filled with water from earlier that morning, which Mieke had used to wash her face, though it was cold by now. Magdalena drew from her pocket a handkerchief, which she dipped in the cool water in the basin. Not the aftercare. She's so thoughtful. Then she turned back to Mieke and introduced the damp cloth to Mieke's cut. Mieke hissed to feel the fabric against her wound, and Magdalena replied with a small smile. I am sorry, Mieke. I know this hurts, but please try to bear it. It's for your own good. It would not do if your wound were to be infected. Magdalena dabbed at Mieke's wound as carefully as a nurse might, her head bowed. Mieke watched her work, frowning, her skin tingling both at the pain and the unusual gentleness which Magdalena was displaying. She did not know how Magdalena could touch her so carefully when only a few moments prior she had slid the blade of a knife into her flesh. It was an awful contradiction, one Mieke did not understand at all. Why? Mieke gasped while her cut stung. Then she tried again, her voice barely more than a whisper. Why are you acting so kindly? It seems unusual for a vampire. It is unusual for a vampire, but I never professed to being like the majority of my kin. I hope I have not proven to be too much of a disappointment. I'm not disappointed, really. Oh, good, I was starting to worry. I thought you might prefer something more traditional. A spell in the dungeon, perhaps, and a few broken bones. But I am confused. You say you don't wish to harm me, but you do so regardless. It seems rather contradictory. Yes, you would be right there. It is a contradiction, but what can I do? My whole existence hinges upon such fallacies in logic. I am dead, yet I am also alive. I am a monster, but I still possess feelings. And though I must drink blood to survive, I do not truly wish to harm innocents. Least of all you. Least of all me? Guys, she's already in love. Choker looks so cute. I need to buy a big of gold chains. Its neck looks so empty. Thank you, Overlord. Gold chains are so fun. I have one that I wear a lot, although it does not look super gold. It's more of like a... I don't have it quick to grab. It's like a white gold, I guess. I don't fucking know. It's not as gold as other gold jewelry I have. My brother also likes, I don't think he has, I think he used to have a gold chain, but it was a cheap one, so it's no longer gold and giving more like bronzy. But my brother likes to wear necklaces to keep his neck looking busy. White gold also might be cool to have. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's quite the conundrum. I've had over a century to dwell upon it, but I doubt you will have the same luxury. You humans aren't particularly durable. Mieke certainly felt delicate as Magdalena cleaned her. Magdalena was being gentle, yet the brush of her fingertips made her shudder regardless. She simply could not help herself. Once satisfied that the bleeding had stopped, Magdalena drew back and deposited her handkerchief back in her pocket. Retrieving both the knife and the bowl of Mieke's blood, which she had laid to rest upon her bedside table, she turned to the door. Now, I must depart. Sweet dreams, my dear Mieke. If you are able to sleep, of course, after the excitement of the night. I hope you're able to, despite my rudeness. I wish I could say this would be the last time I would demand so much of you, but... Somberly, Magdalena sighed. I do not wish to lie to you, or to give you false hope. That would be a cruelty not even I could perform without flinching. Okay, so she's not a liar. That's good. It was with this final remark that Magdalena finally departed. Mieke watched from her bed, cradling her arm in her hand, as she left the room, the door closing behind her with a thud. Mieke listened as Magdalena's footsteps, feather light, receded from beyond her bedroom door, then vanished altogether. Mieke supposed she should have felt relieved now that Magdalena had gone, but it was quite the opposite. Her inner arm still stung, and her mind raced, full of frantic thoughts. Not the frantic thoughts. Her room felt quieter after Magdalena's departure, and for some reason, it felt far, far lonelier. While Mieke convalesced that night, wearied by Magdalena's visit, Magdalena herself could be found in a darkened bedchamber, sitting at the bedside of a shadowy figure. Magdalena held a bowl with both hands, which was full of a viscous, sticky liquid, dark red in actuality, but rendered almost black in the darkness. Here you are, my dear. I've brought this for you. I do hope it's to your liking. It should be different from the blood of bandits, at least. The woman who I took it from is very sweet. I would not be surprised if her blood is similarly sumptuous. You'll like it, I'm sure of that. I know you're hard to please, but not even you can turn your nose up at this. Please? Magdalena's voice wavered. She sighed, and sadly, she looked away. Drink it and be satisfied. I can't give you more than this. Not for tonight, at least. I fear I might have taken too much from her already. I don't want to hurt her, but... Magdalena inhaled. Her eyes, which were accustomed to the dark, narrowed, her red pupils roving over those of her charge. I would do it, you know, for your sake. I would do anything for you. You mean the world to me. I just wish... Oh, I wish... Magdalena shivered as her beloved began to sup from the bowl she offered, their head bowed, lips parted, like a hungry animal. I just wish it didn't have to be this way. Right, so who is she keeping? Mieke had suffered in the culmination of the past 2 weeks, but she was not unique in this. Henny, too, was suffering, albeit in better circumstances than her poor mistress. Henny had been recuperating in Walter Gearhart's home ever since her frantic escape from Magdalena's abode. She had spent the first week of her stay laying abed in the servants' quarters, unable to conceive of doing anything more strenuous than existing. The horrors she had witnessed during the night of the bandits' attack had left her nigh on insensible, her body dull and leaden. During this week, the local constabulary had arrived to ask Henny questions about all she had witnessed in the forest. Turn to vampire, become immortal, spend time together for eternity. I would love if that was the plan. That would be great. Henny had answered as honestly as she could, or at least as honestly as Walter had permitted. Henny had wanted to tell the police about Magdalena and her inhuman strength, but how could she? If Walter had not believed her, it seemed very unlikely the police would, particularly when Walter had vested interest in Mieke's affairs. Surely, as a bereaved groom-to-be, he should have seized upon any chance to reunite with his fiancée, no matter how implausible the circumstances surrounding said chance seemed. Walter did not seem to care overly much about Mieke's disappearance, though. or if he did not show it to Henny. His tears, if indeed he had the capacity to cry, were all shed in private, away from prying eyes. In any case, Henny told the police only of the bandits and the murder of Lord and Lady Von Essen. She told them that she had run from the carriage, Mieke in tow, and that during their escape they had become separated, which was not a complete lie. It was very late at night, you see, and foggy with it. Couldn't hardly see nothin'. I was holding Lady Mieke's hand, but I was so afraid I ran on ahead. When my senses had returned and I stopped to look behind me, I couldn't see Lady Mieke anywhere. She just up and vanished. The pair of police officers had asked Henny if she had heard anything suggesting a struggle, or else her mistress' screams, but to this Henny stubbornly shook her head. I know what you're implying, and no, I didn't hear any such thing. I don't think the bandits got their filthy mitts on my mistress. I'm sure she escaped, but I've not a clue where she might be right now. She could still be wandering the woods for all I know, just like a nomad. Oh, I can barely stomach the thought. My poor mistress deserves much better than that. Please, good sirs, I know my mistress is still alive. She must be. Lady Mieke might have looked delicate, but she was surprisingly strong. She was quite the tomboy when she was little. She was always getting into scrapes. A woman like that wouldn't simply die. She just wouldn't. It's impossible. Henny asked the officers to search for her beloved Mieke, and they assured her that they would do everything in their power to help. If by divine providence your mistress still lives, then we will find her. Searching for missing persons is our job. You've no need to trouble yourself over the matter further, Fraulein. It was something, Henny supposed, in the wake of the officer's visit, but the reassurance had not left her feeling particularly cheered. Henny had been able to tell the constables, like Walter, thought Mieke was a lost cause. Henny did not doubt that the local constabulary would send some officers into the woods to search for a body, but their perfunctory efforts would fail, because there's no body to find. Okay, so, the new console mods for Baldur's Gate 3 came out. They're very Zenith coded, that's all I'll say. They got the Gunner mods on console now. That's crazy. Love that for y'all. Love that for y'all. That's... They would find Lord and Lady Von Essen slumped in their carriage, but Mieke would be absent. The police could comb the forest as thoroughly as they wished, but any search undertaken with so little information seemed doomed to failure. Henny knew, as surely as she knew her own mother's birthday, that Augsburg officers would never find Mieke. Mieke's body was not lying on the forest floor, abandoned, curled up, and cut apart by bandits. Mieke was, instead, at Magdalena's mercy, in her eerie abode deep in the heart of the forest. Whether Mieke was still alive was a mystery, but Henny wanted to believe Mieke lived still. She had to believe that. She could not bear the thought of her mistress being tortured. Henny feared she might have to countenance such a thought, however, as the days passed, and she heard nothing of the police's investigation. Though Henny was familiar with the phrase, "no news is good news," she rather feared that in this case no news meant that nothing was being done. Nobody seemed to care for Mieke other than Henny herself, but she could do nothing on her own. Growing desperate, Henny had attempted once more to impress upon Walter the seriousness of Mieke's situation, but he refused to listen. You would come into my office and talk of bloodsuckers again? Walter had asked of her, his expression one of cultivated disdain. I understand that you suffered a nasty tumble in the forest, Frau Henrique, but it has been a week since then. I would have hoped that you would have regained some of your senses since then. I assure you here, Gerhardt, I'm quite sensible. I'm trying to tell you the truth. Mieke was kidnapped by a vampire. Yes, I know. You have said twice now. You are very adamant about your claims, I must admit. It's almost impressive, in a way, but you are laboring under a misapprehension. Vampires do not exist. Ergo, a vampire could not have captured my Mieke. They are the stuff of stories. But not another word. I will not have you contradicting me in my own home, Frau Henrique. Well, we could go outside. We could go outside. I took you in because I thought it was the right thing to do. Please do not make me regret my act of philanthropy. You can continue to remain here if you wish, for as long as you like. But while you are subsiding upon my kindness, you must abide by my rules. I won't have you banding about vampires in my home and distressing my servants. They are impressionable enough as it is, without you further exciting them with your wild stories. Fuck this guy. But they're not stories. Not to you, perhaps, but that is part of the problem. You do not want to be taken to an asylum, do you? Of course not. Then you would do well to hold your tongue. Silence is golden. But what about Mieke? Will you not at least try to look for her? The police are trying. That is their job. It would not behoove me to get in their way. I am sure they will turn Mieke's body up sooner or later, if there is a body to be found. As for this talk of ferreting out this vampire's secret hidey hole, well, impossibilium nulla, it's impossible. It's basically what he's saying in Latin. Larian really speaking to me like, we know it's not your birthday. We don't fucking care. Enjoy. Love that. I don't think he can go outside. Walter might be a vampire too. My bad. I just assumed, and I shouldn't have done that. Gunner mods are nice and all, but all I really want is Saravok's armor. Does he not drop his armor when you kill him? There are a lot of outfit mods, though. I think Saravok's might be in one of them. Nope, that's criminal. Okay, well then it's probably not in the outfit mods that I know of. Now, you may leave. I am a busy man, and I have a good deal of work to attend to. Out, out. And that had been the end of that. Swiftly dismissed by Walter, Henny had stalked through the hallways of his home, all while burning with the shame and anger of it all. How dare Walter treat Mieke's welfare in so cavalier of a manner? Why, it was almost as though he thought her welfare did not concern him, as though he had not been poised to marry her and inherit her family's august title. That, Henny had thought bitterly, was all Walter ever really cared about. He had not loved Mieke as she did, because Mieke was Mieke. He had loved Mieke only for her status. He had loved her because she was a Von Essen. Oh, how quickly love could vanish, when its foundations were so flimsy. Henny supposed there was a fancy Latin saying to express this sentiment, but if there was, she didn't know it. Neither do I, Henny. It's okay. Why'd they give him the coolest looking chest plate and not drop it for us? Maybe they wanted it to be unique to him. Does anybody know if Saravok's appearance in Baldur's Gate 3 is, a callback to, I guess, his appearance in the older games? Is it like an updated version? If it's like an updated version of his armor from the older games, I could see why they would want it to be unique. Or even just in general, like, see why it would want to be unique. Because there are some characters in that game where you cannot get their outfits without mods. I say some. Quite a lot. At least two. Because I know the different variants of, like, the Wave Mother robes are so cool. You cannot get them. It's just something to make the characters feel more unique, I guess. And I could imagine they would want to do that with, characters like Saravok. Does that make sense to me? She was not half so learned as Walter, with all his books and all of his pomp, but at least she had a heart, one which was currently bleeding for her mistress's sake. With no strings of her own to pull, the police incompetent, and Walter well and truly alienated, Henny had known not what to do next. Henny had spent the following week ruminating, at a loss. She felt well enough now to move, and so she did. Henny had begun to help her fellow maidservants tend to the household chores in Walter's home, for want of anything better to do, though she was not one of Walter's official employees. Moving her hands gave her some relief from the thoughts which whirred in her head, and Henny was acquainted enough with housework that these mundane, repetitive tasks were almost welcome. Beating carpets and polishing banisters reminded Henny of a simpler, happier time when she had worked for Lord and Lady Von Essen, and during her breaks had sneaked into Mieke's room to play cards with her. Mieke had always lost at cards. She had been hopeless at it. Her ability to tell lies had been almost non-existent, but she had told many lies for Henny's sake. She had risked her own life for that of her maid. Would any other mistress have been so kind? Henny did not imagine that Mieke's mother, the indomitable Lady Von Essen, would. She was the kind of woman who would have drowned puppies to save her own neck. Not that her ruthless calculations had done her much good in the end. She had died, but Mieke had not. Not yet, at least. That was what Henny hoped. With each day that passed, however, it grew harder to cling on to this hope of hers, which had begun to look rather fragile. It was easier for Henny to endure her anxieties while the sun was still up, and she had chores to attend to. At night, however, as she lay in bed in the darkened servants' quarters, her fears began to crowd in about her. Mieke was never far from Henny's mind, but it was impossible to completely extricate her young mistress from her thoughts during quiet moments such as these. Scored by the slow, soothing sighs of 6 other women, all curled beneath their thin covers, dreaming their own domestic dreams, Henny thought. She was so lost in her thoughts on one particular night, however, that she failed to hear the creak of floorboards beneath her, and, as such, nearly jumped out of her skin when a soft voice called to her from the shadows. "Are you all right?" "Oh!" Henny gasped in surprise and wheeled about. Her elbow bumped against the chipped sill with a dull thud. The collision of elbow against window sill was a loud one, but Henny's resultant curses were louder still. "Damn it!" A couple of the maids shifted at this, their eyelids fluttering, but they did not awake, not a single one of them. They must have been exhausted by the task they had to perform day in, day out, under Gertrude's watchful gaze. Walter Gerhardt mightn't have cared much for his missing fiancée, but he cared a good deal about the running of his home, and he had ordered Gertrude to be exacting in her duties as his housekeeper. His maidservants were all run ragged, and Henny was no exception to this. "Goodness me!" The owner of the timid voice who had startled Henny so exclaimed, then started forwards. A shaft of moonlight fell upon the mysterious interloper's face, and Henny soon divined they were not so very mysterious after all. The speaker was none other than Agnes. Agnes kinda looks like Mieke, not gonna lie. Agnes Becker was a small, slender thing, about 15 or 16 years of age, with a shock of fiery red hair rather like Mieke's that did not at all match her reserved personality. Her snub nose was smatted liberally with freckles, and her eyes were brown, like those of a doe. Henny had made little effort integrating herself with Walter's servants. It seemed a waste given that she had no intentions of remaining in his household, but she had grown rather fond of Agnes despite herself during the last 2 weeks. It was hard not to be fond of Agnes when she was so sweet and so gentle, and so eager to please. Though, Henny had thought grimly, she did not feel all that fond of her now, with her elbow smarting as it did. I'm very sorry." Agnes mumbled this apology to her feet, her fingers twined together at her front. She was wearing a nightgown, a white, shapeless thing made of flannel, that seemed several sizes too large for her. It swamped Agnes's diminutive form, making her appear even smaller than she already was. "I didn't mean to startle you. I only saw that you were awake, and, well, I'm also awake, as you can clearly see." "Yes, I can see. It might be dark, but I do have eyes, and ears alongside them." "Right, of course. I'm sorry. That was silly of me to say." "I always seem to say silly things. The other maids say I must have porridge for brains, and maybe they're right. Little idiot, Hermine calls me. I think she's right. But I'm getting carried away again. Sorry." Agnes flushed, her whole face seemed to catch fire, her cheeks and her hair a bright, striking red. I have been finding it hard to sleep lately myself. I've not been here all that long, and I'm missing my parents, and... Oh, but that's not important. I actually wanted to talk to you about you, not about myself. I've wanted to talk to you for a while, actually. If you don't mind, that is. Well, that depends on what you want to talk about. Oh, well... I hope this doesn't seem like too much of an imposition. I don't want to pry, really, but I've been wondering. You, were attacked by bandits, weren't you? At least that's what I heard. Hermine was talking about it. I don't know if it's true or not, though. Hermine says a lot of things. She's an awful gossip. I thought that might have been one of her silly stories. It almost sounds too dramatic to be real. Henny surveyed Agnes mutely for a few moments, unblinking. Walter had warned Henny not to speak of that night among his maids, for fear of exciting them, a warning Henny had tried to adhere to. She possessed no desire to make an enemy of Walter Gerhardt, not when she had been hoping to form an alliance with him. This had been before Walter's second insensitive dismissal of Henny's worries, however. Now the young maid knew Walter could not be persuaded. His armor would look so much better with gauntlets and a cape, and we've got our evil ending trip. That would look pretty fire, this is true. He was an arrogant bully of a man, and Henny no longer cared tuppence for him. She would have preferred to keep out of trouble, but it wasn't as though Henny had spoken of her experiences with the other maids. She had been stony-lipped about the night the bandits had ransacked Lord and Lady von Essen's carriage, and about her and Mieke's escape. If the other maids had guessed what had happened through hearsay and whispered rumors, Henny could hardly be blamed for it. She would only be confirming that Agnes already suspected. And so it was, after a pause, that Henny replied. No, Hermine is right. I really was chased by a bunch of rotten bandits, and so was my poor mistress. Goodness, I was sure Hermine was making things up again, but... Does that mean there really are bandits out there in the woods? Agnes cast an uneasy glance out of the window, then shuddered. I have no need to go into the woods myself. My parents always warned me it was dangerous, but it's scary to think about all the same. It was scary to live through, too, I assure you. But I reckon it was much worse for my mistress. Oh yes, I'm sure it would have been. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're all right, at least. But your mistress... That must have been difficult. It was, yes. It still is. Do you think about her a lot? Every single day. I see. I'm sorry for asking so many questions. I'm just curious is all. I've never met anybody who was attacked by bandits before. It must have been terrifying. I just hope I don't seem tactless. Hermine says I talk before I think, but Hermine is rude to everybody, even Frau Schreiber. It's alright, you couldn't be more tactless than your employer is. At least you actually seem to care. You mean Herr Gerhardt? That's right. Did you have a quarrel with him? Hermine said he'd been shouting at you in his office last week, but I don't know if I believe that either. Herr Gerhardt is strict, but he isn't such a bad man. There are worse employers, and it was nice of him to let you stay here. I don't think he means ill. Maybe he doesn't mean any ill, but I don't know if he means any good either. Herr Gerhardt only seems to care about Herr Gerhardt, which is fine. I'll fancy, if you're a businessman and you're trying to get things done. Treating your fiancé in such a flippant way, however, I think that's downright wicked. So you two did have an argument. We did, yes. I didn't know anybody had overheard it, though. It was supposed to be private. I'm afraid nothing stays private for very long around here. It took Hermine less than a week to sniff out my family's darkest secrets, though how she did it, I have no idea. She seems to know absolutely everything that happens in this place. Do you think she's listening to us right now? Henny glanced at Hermine's bed, which was located next to Agnes's, the second along from the window. The famous Hermine herself was lying beneath her covers, curled up, her copper hair spooled across her pillow, like a tangle of snakes. Henny had spoken little to the maids under Walter's employ, but even she was aware of Hermine. She appeared of an age with Henny, perhaps slightly older, and she was so stunningly beautiful she seemed almost otherworldly. Though a maid, Hermine possessed an attitude more appropriate for a duchess. She often ignored her tasks to gossip with the other maids, a fact which frustrated Gertrude to no end. Gertrude was forever having stern words with Hermine, who never seemed to take any of it to heart. For the amount of times she found herself in hot water, Hermine had yet to be properly scalded. Henny had to wonder why Hermine had not yet been dismissed from Walter Gearhart's household, but perhaps Walter had a soft spot for her. It wasn't hard to see why. One only needed to look at Hermine's face. She looked eerily like Mieke, so much so that they could have been sisters. Walter Gearhart must have had a type. I think she's asleep. Agnes spoke while looking at the dozing Hermine, but her voice was uncertain. Frowning, Agnes turned her back on Hermine and said, Hermine said that you said that your mistress was still alive. Herr Gearhart thinks she was killed by bandits, but you think she's been taken a prisoner instead. You said she'd been kidnapped by a... Agnes leaned in close to Henny, then very quietly she said, Vampire. The word vampire was horribly out of place in the quiet servants' quarters. It sounded ludicrous, preposterous even. Henny could see with uncomfortable clarity why Walter had regarded her with such scorn when she had told him about Magdalena. Henny must have appeared crazy when she had begun espousing upon such grisly subjects which were unfit for ladies to dwell upon. But no matter how unfeasible, that did not make it any less truthful. Yes, that's exactly it. I know that vampires exist. I've seen one with my own 2 eyes. I won't let anybody deny that, not even Walter Bloody Gearhart, even if he thinks me touched in the head. I'm not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. A vampire kidnapped my mistress. She kidnapped me too, but my mistress convinced her to let me go. Even now, she is still there in her castle, while that awful vampire does God only knows what with her. Mieke risked her life for my sake. Helping her is the least I can do. But there's nothing I can do. I tried to talk Herr Gearhart around, but he won't see reason. He threatened to send me to an asylum if I keep up this talk of vampires, and then I really will be in a pinch. I'm trying to be strong for Mieke's sake, but I haven't the foggiest of what to do next. I feel like a headless chicken. And if you're anything like your master, you probably think I'm batty now too. Oh no, I don't think you're crazy. Not at all. You don't? No, you might be crazy with concern about your mistress, but I can't blame you for that. You must love her a lot to fret this much. You're a very loyal servant. I was more than Mieke's servant. I was her friend, too. We'd been... We've been together since we were children. She meant everything to me. She still does. I want to save her more than anything, but I keep running into dead ends. It doesn't seem like anybody in this place wants to help. It does sound very difficult, but you're not alone anymore. I believe you, even if your Gearhart doesn't. I don't think you're a liar, and I don't think you're insane either. This is why I wanted to talk to you, actually. It's because I heard about the vampires and, well... Agnes's doe-like eyes filled with determination as she said, I had to check first to make sure Hermine wasn't telling tales. But now I know there's some truth to the rumors. I'd like to try and help you. Help me? Now this was a surprising turn of events. What can Agnes do to help us? Feel like a headless chicken? Siri, play Bird Brain by Jimmy Page. So true, dear. Henny hadn't expected that Agnes would be so willing to swallow her frankly unbelievable tales of bloodsuckers, nor that she would offer to aid her. What this aid entailed, however, was yet a mystery. Agnes was small and slender, with limbs like twigs, and she was so very young. It seemed unlikely that she knew very much about the world. She might even have been more isolated than Mieke had been. Agnes, unlike Walter, had no wealth nor any connections. She was just a maid, a simple girl from a poor family, working for pennies to support her parents. While it was nice to be believed, Henny did not place much faith in her as a potential ally. Get them gains, the gym membership is only $20 a month. You too can gain muscles and become strong enough to rescue a goth vampire girlfriend. This is true. This is so true. I don't think Henny doesn't think that she has enough time to get swole, though. Because that takes time. She didn't want to get her hopes up prematurely, but she was intrigued. How could you help me exactly? Agnes must have heard the apprehension in Henny's voice, because once more she blushed. Oh no, you misunderstand. I wouldn't be helping you, not directly at least. I'd never be able to best a, vampire. But I know somebody who can. And who would this be? If you want somebody to look for your mistress, somebody who really cares, I mean, you should go to St. Cecilia's this coming Sunday. There's a priest who sometimes gives sermons there called Father Dvorak? He's very open-minded, and I'm sure he would listen to your concerns without questioning you. He must be very open-minded indeed to swallow stories about vampires in good faith. And Father Dvorak? Where does he come from? That's no name I've ever heard before. He's from Bohemia, I think. He has a bit of an accent, but his German is fluent, and his sermons are really quite good. My mother's very fond of him. She always used to take me to listen to him preach whenever he was at St. Cecilia's, which he isn't always. He would often disappear for weeks, sometimes months at a time. So he's a traveling priest? Agnes nodded. He's recently returned from a trip, though. I think he's in Augsburg now. You should be able to see him this Sunday. Or at least, I think you should. I'd be disappointed if you can't. I've been meaning to attend his sermon this Sunday, too. You sound very fond of this Bohemian priest. Oh, I am. I can't sing Father Dorvak's praises enough. He's a real gentleman. He helped my mother a lot, you see, after my father. Wow. Oh. Rest in peace. Bohemia? I've heard of a rhapsody from there. You think, Vorvak knows about that rhapsody? Agnes blushed hotly, as seemed to be her wont. I won't go into that. It's personal. You'll probably find out sooner or later anyway if you stay here long enough. Hermine likes to needle me about it, as if I'm somehow to blame for my father's actions. But enough about that. Father Dorvak listened to my mother's concerns, and he consoled her. He helped her through a very difficult time. I'm sure he'll be able to do the same for you. He sounds like a nice man, but isn't helping with family affairs rather different from hunting down vicious vampires? Well, my family's affairs were rather sensitive in nature. I'm not talking about a mere domestic dispute here. It was a complicated matter, but Father Dorvak helped a lot, and I was sure nobody else could. He really is incredible. Is he now? Henny raised an eyebrow, but if Agnes saw it, perhaps she didn't. It was rather dark. She made no comment on it. Instead, she clenched her hands into fists and said with as much excitement as she dared, given the lateness of the hour. Yes, he gives spiritual guidance to anybody who needs it. But he also has experience dealing with unholy monsters. He even performs exorcisms. He's the perfect man for the job, and he's a priest. You can trust him. Well, I wonder... A ponderous Henny glanced away from Agnes, whose enthusiasm was almost palpable to the window. It seemed highly unlikely that a single priest would be able to stop Magdalena, even one who came as highly recommended as this Father Dorvak. Henny had seen how Magdalena had torn those bandits limb from limb, in the blinking of an eye. It would take a whole fleet of men to stop Magdalena, and it was doubtful whether even that would be enough. But this Father Dorvak must have been better than nothing. Henny had little faith in Agnes's priest, but she would seek him out all the same. She did not stand to lose anything by a brief consultation, not when she had already lost everything she cared for. All right, then. Let me speak to this highly esteemed father. Perhaps he can help. Henny only hoped, as she gazed at the night sky, that she had not left it too late. He has to, most likely in the long ride from Bohemia. The music he was listening to suddenly turned into the Best of Queen album, Any Best of Queen album has to have Bohemian Rhapsody. Right, of course. This is canon. This is canon. Miyake felt wary when she awoke the following morning, exhausted after a night of uneasy sleep which had been broken up with bad dreams. The gash upon the inside of her wrist still stung, though it had stopped bleeding. The gash was not particularly large, but it showed up starkly on Miyake's skin, a thin ribbon of bright red which intercepted the whiteness of her arm. Miyake sighed as she sat upright, shivering as the covers slipped from her bare shoulders. It was a cold, overcast sort of morning, the rays of light which streamed into her room thin and gray. Briefly, Miyake considered rising, dressing, and washing her face, but soon dismissed this idea. She had not the energy to go about her daily routine as though nothing was awry. The thought was almost unbearable. Miyake's tiredness was something more than a physical feeling. It was entrenched within her mind, deeper than the tangled knot of roots which fed the mightiest of oak trees. Magdalena had not taken so very much of her blood the night prior, but Miyake still felt drained. She still had blood enough in her veins to animate her arms and legs, but her body refused to move. She was too preoccupied with her thoughts of last night, and of Magdalena. Though unwilling to admit it, Miyake might have begun to grow fond of her captor. Well. It's about time. It's about time. For a self-proclaimed monster, Magdalena's company had not been too unbearable. Not when she spoke to Miyake of novels and poetry. Miyake had even begun to wonder whether Magdalena was a monster at all. Surely nobody who talks so animatedly about romanticism could be wicked. Why, Magdalena liked a lot of the same poets Miyake did, and many more she had never even heard of. Magdalena spoke of the written word with such piquancy. Okay. I don't think I said that right. It was really rather touching. At least until she had introduced a knife to Miyake's wrist. Magdalena had not looked happy about this turn of events, however. She had been rather apologetic about the whole affair, but this served only to make Miyake even more curious. I'll be playing Night Reigns. Good luck rescuing the Gothami mommy vampire elf from a evil homophobe patriarch vampy boy. Trust. We will do our best. Good luck with Night Reign. Why had Magdalena drained her blood if she did not wish to do so? Miyake turned this thought over in her head, stewing it in, when... Excuse me? Miyake's musings were interrupted by a rapping of knuckles upon her bedroom door, and a familiar voice which spoke in an unfamiliarly soft tone. It was, of course, Magdalena. Are you awake, Miyake? And if so, may I come in? I've brought you your breakfast. Miyake frowned at, and letting her arm drop to her side, cast her gaze to the door. Magdalena's nightly visits had been regular throughout Miyake's imprisonment, but never once had Magdalena visited her in the morning. Miyake had not known Magdalena was able to wander about in the early hours, being a vampire. She had thought them sensitive to the sunlight. Not, Miyake supposed, that it was a particularly sunny morning. Miserable would have been the most apt description for it. Her bedroom was freezing. Miyake? Magdalena's voice called through the wood once more, and though Miyake had resolved anew to dislike her, she felt her heart quiver. Magdalena sounded less like an unconscionable villain and rather more like an awkward, uneasy young girl. Why, she sounded almost as ill at ease as Miyake felt. Miyake found she could not remain silent upon hearing this. Maybe Honey had been right about her. She was too soft, and so responded. Yes, I'm awake, and yes, you can come in. Miyake's words were answered with the click of a lock. Her bedroom door swung open to reveal Magdalena, a tray balanced precariously between her hip and her right hand. Magdalena set the tray down, then turned to lock the door. Once it was secured, she brought it to Miyake and said, Oh, I'm glad to see you're awake. I was afraid you might be lying in your bed, passed out after last night's excitement. Is that what you want to call it? Well, I suppose I could be more direct. But it doesn't feel very gentle to talk of bleeding you like a pig. That is what you did, though. And it wasn't very genteel either. I know, I didn't much want to do it. But I don't suppose that counts for much, really, when I still did it. I tried to be quick about it, though, and I cleaned your cut afterwards. I'd hate for it to get infected. It was awfully considerate of you, I'm sure. I'm being as considerate as I can, which I know isn't very, but look, I wouldn't be here to see you if I didn't care. Here's your breakfast. Are you hungry? Magdalena handed Mieke the tray, which she accepted, the teacup shifting on its saucer. I don't care about gooning anymore. Give me a cool outfit and it'll be fine. I just want to Aura. I never thought I'd hear the day Zenith comes in and says he doesn't care about gooning anymore. This is truly a historic moment in chat. But no, I get it though. I get it. Getting a good outfit is such an important part of Baldur's Gate. Magdalena is very beautiful. She's not like if Astarion was a woman. She has a completely different personality and a completely different vibe. They're just both beautiful white-haired vampires. But she is so pretty. He's a broken man. Rest in peace to Zenith. Mieke poured herself a cup of fragrant tea with one weak, trembling arm, though she wasn't much in the mood for it. Mieke didn't want to eat or drink anything. She felt too weary. Magdalena was looking at her with expectant eyes, however, and Mieke didn't want to upset her. That would have seemed cruel, especially when she was trying so hard. I was wondering. Mieke swallowed a mouthful of her tea. It was chamomile today, then looked at Magdalena curiously. What is it? You've been shut up inside this room for a long time now. Almost an entire fortnight. If I were in your position, I'm afraid I would have gone quite mad. Mieke did not say as much. She was busy sipping her tea, but she did not wish to discard the possibility. Her warring feelings about Magdalena did not point at all to a healthy mind. But then again, Mieke's mind had never been healthy, not in the way a young woman's ought to. I do feel sorry for you, keeping you cooped up like this. It can't be good for you. I would hate to make you miserable, or, well... Magdalena smiled bashfully, as if she had been human, perhaps she would have blushed, but her pale cheeks remained chalky. More miserable than I'm making you already. I still love gooning, but I just want cool armor. Is that too much to ask? I would trade the hot body mods for a Saravok drip. I would look so good. You're so real for that. And like, I don't know what hot body mods you're looking at, but a lot of the mods that add clothes to be as revealing and sexy as possible, a lot of those outfits are just like kind of ugly. Like, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Astarion skin right now, but the fit is atrocious. I understand the fit is supposed to be looking at his body, but like, what are we doing? Why have we done this? Some of them are fun though. Some of them are fun, but there's a couple of outfits, like modded outfits that got super popular that were just kind of like, oh, we're just trying to see as much of this man's body as possible while still having him wear clothes. And they look awful. We can't be having atrocious fits over here. We cannot. I would rather that man be covered head to toe if the outfit was good. I still maintain that the sluttiest thing a man can wear is a tight black turtleneck sweater. Me, when I say I'm feeling so slutty right now, and it's covered head to toe, black turtleneck, blazer, all of it, no skin showing, and I've never been sluttier. Autumn is trying to silence me. They were. Don't worry. Your words need to be heard, dear. You're spouting very important wisdom. No, I highly agree. I can't end up looking like I don't have a necromantic looking air fryer. What? I can't end up looking like I don't have a necromantic looking air fryer. Why is your... Sinneth, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Sinneth? Oh, I clicked out of the game so that I could let Deer's words be heard. Okay. I don't want us to be enemies. I'm quite glad for your company. I don't want us to be enemies. I am quite glad of your company, in fact, and I've tired of this jailer and warden act. I think it might be nice if we can engage in a pursuit that would be more conventional for a pair of young ladies. The word conventional put Mieke in mind of her mother, and the Von Essen drawing room, and her horrid embroidery hoop. Her back stiffened, and with a frown she said, "Such as?" My, you're looking at me with such mistrust. I have no ulterior motives here, Mieke. I'm always very upfront when I wish harm upon people, and I will continue to be so. She doesn't know that we're worried about the possibility of an embroidery hoop. She thinks that I think she has something nefarious planned, when in reality, I'm just worried about embroidery. Looking evil and stylish, you look at Bro and think, huh, he clearly owns an air fryer. I bet it's one of Paul's merch. Okay, sure. So it's canon that all of your Tavs and Dirges have air fryers? What I say is what I mean. You've no need to second guess me. I thought only that we might take a turn around the garden. It isn't much to look at it now. You should have seen it 1 century ago. But it's less oppressive than this room at any rate. Not that that's much of an accomplishment. Would you mind accompanying me? We're going on our first date. A ballast air fryer. Of course, what other kind would you want? Do you think the ballast air fryer is equipped to handle human flesh? Because we know Dirge was a cannibal. They just be eating anything. They just be cooking anything in the ballast temples. Anyways. Magdalena's smile was light, but Mieke could see something dark lurking beyond it. Not bloodlust, but a desire for something more intangible. She wants love. Mieke could still recall Magdalena's earlier claim that she cared about her, no matter how contrary to her actions seemed to be. Did Magdalena feel guilty? Well, good. Magdalena should have felt guilty. She deserved as much after what she had done. That was what Mieke wished to think, at least, but part of her could not help but pity her. Mieke had been lonely, shut up inside her drab bedchamber, but what of Magdalena? Surely she had suffered worse, and for far longer. Though Magdalena had come ostensibly to offer Mieke a respite from her incarceration, perhaps Magdalena had been hoping for a bit of peace herself. That was why, after a pause, Mieke assented. Alright, we can go into the garden if you like. Though it's been such a long while since I last stretched my legs, I'm afraid I might have forgotten how. Oh, don't worry about that. If you do fall, I can catch you. I am very strong, you know. Magdalena grinned, her sharpened scissors flashing as she did. And as she did, Mieke was struck by a very strange thought indeed. Magdalena looked surprisingly, disarmingly pretty when she smiled. Guys, we're falling in love. This is so cute. Her little hat. We're such a great little goth couple. Look at us. Ew, not human flesh. I'd say my dirge just eats chicken nuggets and tenders. Canonically, the Dark Urge has partaken in the flesh of living creatures, not just animals. Living, thinking creatures. It is a cool hat. Zenith, Dirge was a freak before the events of the game. Freak in all of the ways that word can mean. Well, maybe not all the ways that word can mean, but Dirge was a freak. Not mine. I always think my Dirge is like me. Murder mindset of an anti-hero and the diet of a 6-year-old. This is fair. But Scalaris Fell does directly talk about how, like, you've eaten people. You've eaten people. You've done so many things. That is so red mage coded. Is it? I love that. Oh, it really is a dull day. Why, it's almost as gloomy outside as it was in. Magdalena sighed as she surveyed her garden, or what remained of it. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat, presumably to shield her head from the sun rays, but there was so little sunlight this might have been an unnecessary precaution. Mieke, meanwhile, gripped a parasol betwixt her gloved fingers. Magdalena had offered it to her before they left, to protect her pale skin. Though this, too, had been a wholly unnecessary gesture. I'm starting to wonder whether this mightn't have been a fool's errand. There's not a single scenic spot in my home. I don't know if it would be much improved by a little sunlight. I have no stomach for it, but it would be less cold at least. Now that was an interesting idea. Do vampires feel the cold? I don't know, but I can tell it must be chilly. If it wasn't, you wouldn't be shaking so much. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'll live. For the present, at least. For however long that Magdalena allowed it. I'm glad to hear that. Do tell me, though, if you feel a chill settling in. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. We can go back inside as soon as the novelty of the great outdoors has worn off. Or, alternatively, as soon as you feel your fingers might freeze. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. My gloves should protect me well enough, though. I don't think I'm in the mood to go back just yet. Are you too busy enjoying the view? I don't know if the view is all that enjoyable, but there is a lot of it. Ah, yes. If there's one thing this grand pile doesn't want for it, space, in fact. I think there's a trifle too much for it. The garden has been left to go to seed over the years, but can you blame me? There's only one of me, and I wouldn't even know where to begin taming all of this. Magdalena gestured to the garden, which sprawled about her in a wild, unruly mess. All overgrown grass, decaying trees, and wildflowers which swayed in the breeze. There was a fountain not so far away which had once been topped with a stone effigy of Cupid. Cupid had since fallen off his perch, however, as he lay in pieces in the basin of the fountain, his shattered head spotted all over with lichen. The fountain itself, meanwhile, had stopped working many years prior. Its cracked basin was full of naught save loose leaves, dirt, and bits of pieces of poor Cupid's broken body. Past the fountain was a tangle of rose bushes, which had been left to run riot over the decades. Perhaps they had looked pretty once, when there had been gardeners to trim them into regulation, but now they were quite wild. Scalaris can fuck off. I ain't no cannibal, just let me eat my chicken nuggies in peace. You could also make the argument, Zenith, that Dirge prior to the game was definitely more under Ball's influence than Dirge with the tadpole. And Dirge with the tadpole maybe gets to come back more to themselves than prior. There are ways to make it work. He had a taste for chicken at the age of 5 after killing a chicken jockey. Not the chicken jockey. That's crazy. Eternally sad that I can't properly wear the fancy red mage hats because they cover up my cat ears. And truly, what is the point of playing a cat girl without the ears? This is so true. If I can't have cat ears, what's the fucking point? I feel ya. Should I start another playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3? Yes. Live your life, J-Train. The bushes were more thorns than roses, though the few roses that existed still were impressively red, scant splotches of color against the otherwise gray landscape. The sky above the meandering pair, meanwhile, was festooned with clouds. It looked as though it might soon rain, and the air which snaked through Magdalena's garden was chilly. The sun was scarcely visible, though Magdalena still shielded away from it. Though there was precious little sunlight to be had, Mieke was still curious. Was it really safe for Magdalena to wander about like this? Do you often wander around your gardens like this? With my captives, you mean? Or are you referring to the time of day? Both, I suppose. Well, let me see. To the first, I would say no. I am not in the business of consorting with my captives beyond what is strictly necessary. It would not do to get attached. Not that there's ever been much danger of that. You are the first lady I've had the pleasure of spending time with. Perhaps this is why I've come over all sentimental. Magdalena shook her head as though bemused at her own antics. The breeze caught in her fair tresses as she did so her lovely hair fluttered about her shoulders. As for the second, no, I am not in the habit of pacing about during the daylight hours. I'm not particularly fond of the sun, an opinion which is shared among the rest of my kind. I find it quite unpleasant, in fact. If it were any brighter today than it is, I would not have ventured outside at all. I can just about bear it for the present, but the summer is perfectly vile. Magdalena pulled a face. She looked so very incensed, she induced Mieke to laugh. So you usually spend the day indoors? Indoors and asleep, yes. I'm being quite naughty, really, consorting with you like this. It's long past my bedtime. I did think it unusual that you came to my room this morning. Haven't you been able to sleep? I tried, but I was unsuccessful. Sleep seemed like a fool's errand, so I decided I might as well spend my time with you. Your company is more agreeable than being on my own when I have nothing to distract me save my thoughts. And what thoughts, may I ask, have you been ruminating on? You may ask, but I might not answer. You're being awfully nosy for a lady, Mieke. Did your mother never tell you to keep your nose out of other people's affairs? Going into Baldur's Gate 3, commencing Operation Chicken Jockey in 5 minutes. How are you gonna chicken jockey in Baldur's Gate 3? I want to know. Elaborate, please. She might have mentioned it once or twice. And you would do well to listen to her. We all have our secrets. Okay, Shadowheart. Why, next you'll be asking me about my marriage prospects. Well, I do wanna know. Do you have any marriage prospects? Not anymore. Not that I'm aware of, at least. I was never much a prize when I was alive, but now that ship has well and truly left the harbor. Magdalena's smile remained light, much like her pattering banter, but Mieke thought it appeared somewhat strained. Now she was examining Magdalena in the morning light. Not that the morning was particularly bright, she could see how wary she looked. Magdalena's skin had been pale when Mieke first met her, but now it seemed not entirely dissimilar to fallen snow. Magdalena was white enough to seem sickly, but under her eyes were dark and smudgy by contrast, as though they had been bruised. Was that from her own guilty conscience, or else a lack of sleep? Maybe, Mieke thought, the two were intrinsically linked. It was too much of a coincidence, surely, that Magdalena had lost sleep following last night's events. Let us talk no more on the subject of my love life. It's depressing to countenance, and deader, I fear, than the bandits I slew. What do you think about these roses? Magdalena paused by the untamed tumble of rose bushes which spewed behind the fountain of Cupid. The leaves worm-eaten, but the roses themselves vast and untouched, like the red-lipped mouths of so many monsters. They're quite something, don't you think? They add a bit of color to the place, at least. I think they must be the pride and joy of my little garden. They are certainly very vivid, yes. They are, rather, aren't they? Perhaps I ought to pick a couple of them to commemorate our excursion. They would look lovely in a vase on your desk, or maybe in your hair. At the very least, they might do something to alleviate how very desolate my home is. Magdalena leaned forward as she spoke, one arm extended. Mieke watched as she made the pluck of one large, heavy-headed roses out from among its brethren. But as she did so, Mieke noticed something peculiar. The ties which fastened Magdalena's sleeves had come undone, and one of them had rolled down all the way to her elbow, exposing a good deal of her fair skin. And all the bite marks she has! Cloning multiple chickens and letting them loose to kill all the goblins in the goblin camp. That's wild, Zenith. Her flesh was uniformly white, a smooth sort of paleness it was impossible to replicate with powders. Magdalena truly looked as though she had been made from falling snow, all compressed and compacted together, but it was not Magdalena's pallor which made Mieke draw in her breath. What truly caught Mieke's attention was a band of angry red welts which encircled Magdalena's arm. These marks were so pronounced, particularly against the paleness of Magdalena's skin. They looked like burns, or else... Mieke's brow furrowed with a newfound concern, not for herself, but Magdalena. She could not countenance how Magdalena had received wounds like these. She had thought Magdalena indomitable, impossible to best in a competition of strength. Surely no human could have left such marks. These marks could have been left by an animal, Mieke supposed. Magdalena had dispatched of 4 fully grown men without blinking. Would an animal, even a wolf or a bear, be able to best her? In any event, the wounds did not look as though they had been inflicted by any great, hulking creature with a maw full of sharp teeth. They didn't look large enough. Though these marks were small in circumference, they weren't shallow. They were garish even in the weak, autumnal sunshine, all puckered, raised welts which had begun to bruise. The rest of Magdalena's skin was pale as death, but these marks seemed almost akin to a tableau of violence. Who in the world had done such a thing to Magdalena, and why? How? Mieke felt rather bewildered. Forgive me if I'm being rude, but I could not help but notice, Mieke swallowed, tasting the cool breeze on her breath. She remembered Magdalena's earlier caution, even though she had spoken it in jest. You're being awfully nosy for a lady, Mieke. Did your mother never tell you to keep your nose out of other people's affairs? But still, she wanted to know. It seemed important, all of a sudden, that she get to the bottom of this. There was something significant about the injuries Magdalena had sustained. Mieke knew it. What are those marks on your arm? What? Oh. Magdalena drew back from the roses, as though burned by them. Then she glanced down at her arm. When Magdalena saw that her sleeve had rolled back, her expression twisted. She didn't blush. Again, Mieke did not think her capable of it, but roughly tugged her sleeve back down. Her expression was one of supercilious guilt, that of a naughty child caught out by her governess. It is nothing, really. Please don't dwell upon it. How could that be nothing? It looks painful. It's fine. I'm a strong girl and I can look after myself. You, on the other hand, mightn't be so fortunate. You ought to worry more about your own affairs. But now. There'll be no buts. This conversation's beginning to tire me. It's not very interesting. Let us be on our way. There's more of my garden to see, after all. Mieke, seeing this would be impossible to talk Magdalena around, capitulated. Sighing, she looked at Magdalena and said, Fine, let's do that then. That we shall. I've much more to show you. Do try to keep a pace with me, my dear Mieke, or I shall leave you behind. Then you might never find your way back to my home. Would you care to take my arm? Be on the safe side. That is very gallant of you, I'm sure, but I think I'll be fine. So, you mean to spurn my affections? Oh, my lady, how you wound me. Magdalena's theatrics might once have brought a smile to Mieke's lips, but she felt too preoccupied with Magdalena's injuries to attempt anything approaching merriment. Damn. Mieke had seen those marks only for a few seconds, but they now felt imprinted upon her brain. That was not a size she would forget in a hurry. Such wounds couldn't be dismissed as a mere trifle, no matter how Magdalena had tried to change the subject. Her hastiness to hide the marks had been concerning, as was her caginess. Magdalena was definitely hiding something from Mieke, but to what end? Mieke could not even begin to guess. Magdalena and Mieke continued to promenade about Magdalena's expansive gardens, neither speaking more than seemed strictly necessary. Magdalena would pause at irregular intervals so as to point out various interesting features to her companion, But otherwise she remained silent, holding one hand to her head to prevent the wind from blowing her hat away. Eventually, however, Magdalena seemed to tire of their aimless wandering. The sky had continued to grow darker as the minutes passed, and it soon began to rain, a faint patina of moisture which fell from the gray clouds above. Wishing to take shelter before a storm could begin in earnest, Magdalena paused by a bench partially overgrown by tall grass and took a seat. They look so cute! Mieke said at Magdalena's insistence, her parasol unfurled to protect the both of them from the continued rain, and looked at her companion with some concern. Magdalena had seemed animated enough when they had been wandering about her sprawling gardens, but now her energy had deserted her. Her head drooped, her hat falling from it, while her silvery hair spilled over her shoulders like moonbeams. Then she yawned, a yawn so deep it brought tears to her eyes. The rain continued to fall about them, a steady pitter-patter, while Magdalena wiped her eyes with the back of her arm. Oh, goodness me. Magdalena glanced at Mieke, abashed but unblushing, her skin the color of alabaster. I apologize. That was quite rude of me. I must seem so churlish, inviting you out on a stroll like this, only to yawn in your face. If I were a gentleman, I fear I would have little luck with a lady as fair as you. Why, you would have every right to call me a bore. If you were a gentleman, I wouldn't be going for a walk with you unchaperoned in the first place. It would be scandalous. Yes, well, I suppose you aren't wrong on that account. That makes me feel fortunate, at least, to be a woman. Magdalena giggled, but soon it cleaved before yet another yawn. I am sorry. I wouldn't blame you, Mieke, if you wished to slap me for being so impertinent. I'm not bored of your presence. I could never be bored of you. But, well, I'm so very tired. It's all right. I wouldn't slap you on account of something so small. It's irrelevant. But I can't be the most stimulating company, surely, when I can scarcely string two words together. For a woman on the verge of collapse, you've been doing an awfully good job at stringing words together. I would hardly know if you were tired, were it not for the bags beneath your eyes, and for the way you've been yawning, of course. Oh, of course. Magdalena let her hand fall to her lap, and there it rested. Sighing, she shifted closer to Mieke, then... I apologize, but would you find it horribly presumptuous if I rested my head upon your shoulder for a few minutes? It is very quiet and peaceful out here. You see, among Mother Nature's embrace, I've been dying to get away from my home for the last 2 weeks. It's so stifling in there I cannot bring myself to relax. Now that I'm with you, however, I think I might be able to get some decent sleep. Or at least a brief nap. Then you mean to use me as a pillow? If you would be so kind. Don't feel like you must indulge me, though. I would not wish to inconvenience you. I worry the weight of my oafish head might not be the most comfortable burden to bear. Oh, no, you can use me as a pillow if you wish. I don't mind. As far as impositions went, it was not so very great, not compared to those Magdalena had inflicted upon Mieke already. You may do with me whatever you will. Now that is a very tempting offer. But fortunately for you, I am too tired to fully indulge in all of the delights you might have to offer. For the present, I can think of nothing but sleep. Then sleep. I'll watch over you. Like a guardian angel? Yes, if you'd like. Oh, how sweet you are. Magdalena sighed, then shifted. She let her shoulder press against Mieke's, her head resting against her. Her pale cheek pressed against the fabric of Mieke's dress, and her eyelashes fell shut. You really must be an angel to care so much for me. I deserve far more than a slap after all I've done to you, but... Shh. Mieke ran her fingers through Magdalena's hair, her knuckles grazing against her companion's scalp. Let's not talk about that now. You're tired. But I've done so many wicked things to you, Mieke. I don't know how you can bear to speak to me. How can you stand to touch me? I've done nothing to earn your kindness, and everything to earn your scorn. Maybe so. But I'm not going to scold you for that now. Not when you're in such a state. What kind of state would this be, pray tell? One which is hardly suited for continued conversation. It isn't very becoming for a lady. Please rest. Is that not what you wanted? Yes, I suppose it is. I have wanted to rest for such a long time. For the last week, you said? It has been particularly bad this week, but I have been tired for longer than that. Longer than weeks, or months, or years. I can't say how long I've missed this sort of warmth. I've been alone for more than a century. It was almost more than I could bear. Until, I suppose, I met you. Your company has been most diverting. If you were to leave, I would hardly know what I would do. Well, you've nothing to worry about on that front. I'm not going anywhere. Yes, I know you're not. You can't. I won't let you. Lena. Mieke spoke softly, a nickname slipping from her lips despite herself. Yet it seemed unlikely Magdalena had heard it. Her eyelids were shut, her chest rising and falling, and save for the regular exhalations of her breath, she made no sound. She had fallen fast asleep. Magdalena slept upon Mieke's shoulder, undisturbed, heedless of the cool breeze which caressed her cheeks and the rain which continued to fall. Her pale skin remained cold and unyielding during her slumber, and her cheeks refused to pink at the wind's behest. All the while, as she slept, Mieke watched her, her fingers curled about the handle of her parasol. As they sat there, their bodies pressed close, Mieke found herself wishing they could stay as they were, time slowing, then stopping, for good. Time did not stop, however, and Magdalena eventually awoke some half an hour hence. She did not speak of what had happened after drawing away from Mieke, but she did suggest, after stretching, that they return to her home. The delights of her garden had been exhausted, and it was still raining. Magdalena had not wanted to remain outdoors when the weather was so foul. Mieke had no words of complaint to offer, so she and Magdalena rose. Magdalena put her hat upon her head anew, and the two once again entered her vast, dilapidated home. Here we are. Home sweet home. Magdalena announced this to the cavernous room full of decades' worth of undisturbed dust, then wrinkled her nose. That's what I would like to call it, at least, but it isn't really much to look at. I'm always struck when I see this place in the sun's light by just how run down this place is. It's a wonder I haven't contracted a cough, having lived here so long. I suppose we vampires are a hardy sort, though I do worry about you. The dust isn't irritating your eyes, is it? I'll be fine. Mieke reassured Magdalena, though, in all honesty, her eyes were beginning to water. The air smelled fetid, and each inhalation made her nostrils, not to mention the back of her throat, tingle. She could taste the dust upon her tongue, so thick it turned her stomach. She had almost begun to acquaint herself with the general decay of Magdalena's home, having lived among it for so long, but the few hours she had spent outdoors had undone all her familiarity with her surroundings. Magdalena's abode felt strange and inhospitable inhospitable once more. In part, Mieke supposed because it was. Humans weren't supposed to live like this, in unloved homes choked with old age and their own neglect. But Magdalena wasn't a human. Human needs did not apply to her, not when her own desires were so very unusual. Mieke had learned during her walk that Magdalena did need to sleep, however, a fact which made her seem more personable. In some ways, she mightn't have been so very dissimilar to a human after all. So, are you feeling alright? Your face is very pale. My face is always pale. Comes with the territory. I've no blood of my own, you know. Not like you. I couldn't work up a hearty blush even if I tried. I know that much, but your under eyes are still very dark. Oh, point out all my imperfections, why don't you? You have a way of making a girl feel rather exposed, Mieke. I'm almost embarrassed. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I was only... concerned? I know. You really are too nice for your own good. I doubt many other women would care for the welfare of their captors half so much. But you are not, as I've since gathered, a typical woman. That you would risk your own life for your maid is remarkable in and of itself. I'm not so special, really. I disagree. I've lived for a very long time, and I don't believe I've met anybody quite like you before. Not that I've been in the habit of receiving gifts during the last century, I suppose. I doubt my compliments are worth all that much, given my limited frame of reference. You may disregard them if you like, but I mean what I said. I don't tell lies. Why then, Miyake longed to ask, did you not tell me about those marks on your arm? Why did you say it was nothing, when it was clearly something? What are you hiding? Miyake stared at Magdalena, but found no immediate answers to her queries. It seemed that Magdalena's wounds would remain a mystery. Would Magdalena ever trust her enough to be fully honest, or would Miyake succumb to blood loss before that happened? That was an unpleasant thought. It was in a dour mood that Miyake crossed the entrance hall, her footsteps echoing, and ascended the stairs. All of a sudden, she too felt awfully exhausted. Miyake took the stairs slowly, Magdalena close by. She gave the banisters a wide berth, for they were so covered with dust, and instead kept her arms straight, hanging at her sides like a soldier's. The grand staircase had so many steps, an unnecessary number, or so it seemed to Miyake. It was no small difficulty navigating them. Miyake continued on, determined, placing one foot after another, but she felt unsteady. Magdalena, sensing Miyake's exhaustion, surveyed her with some concern. And you asked whether I was all right. You seem positively dead on your feet. Are you sure you would not care for my assistance now, my lady? I'll be fine, Miyake said vaguely as Magdalena proffered her arm, but this time Magdalena refused to take no for an answer. Oh, don't give me that. I won't have you slipping and tumbling to the ground. Not down a staircase like this. Why, you could break your neck. It would be a quick way to go, if nothing else. Let's not be macabre about it. Doesn't suit you. Would you rather I smile? That was what Miyake's mother had always demanded of her. That might be asking too much, I fear. But I would rather see you all in one piece, yes. For a vampire, you're awfully considerate. I've got to take good care of my guest, haven't I? Or your prey. These two states are not mutually exclusive. Magdalena spoke lightly, but Miyake thought she could see a flicker of hurt passing across Magdalena's face. Her remark must have nettled her. There. Magdalena looped her arm through Miyake's, cinching their bodies together like two entwined flower stems. Now you're less likely to take a spill as we ascend the stairs. And if I do, I would drag you down after me. Plotting my demise, are you? I admire your brazenness, but it'll take more than that to best me. And what of the creature that bit you? Miyake wished to ask. Did that best you? Miyake did not ask, however. She feared further inquiry would only upset Magdalena, and she did not want to do that. Magdalena might have been Miyake's enemy, but she was also, paradoxically, her only ally. Miyake had wanted to believe, still wanted to believe in fact, that Magdalena cared for her. But her caring seemed a fleeting sort of thing, something which could be discarded when she required more blood, which she would. Miyake turned these thoughts over in her head while slowly ascending the stairs, her arm entwined with Magdalena's. Oh? But a sound soon startled her from her morose reverie. A sound she could recall hearing once before, when Magdalena first escorted her through the entrance hall to her new lodgings. It was the sound, though faint, of a scream. Miyake's back stiffened, her body tensed against Magdalena's, and rather than push the other woman away, she held her closer still. With wide, alert eyes, Miyake glanced around. Magdalena had attributed these noises to the wind when Miyake had first heard them, but now Miyake knew, had always known in fact, that this was a lie. The wind could not make noises such as this, and in any event, though it was a cold day, it was not blustery enough to procure such sounds. They must have emitted from a person's throat. Though what horrors this person must have endured to scream like that remained a mystery. Magdalena? Miyake looked at Magdalena anxiously, her eyes wide with curious fear. What is that sound? Magdalena, for her part, looked almost as fearful as Mieke was. There was no surprise present upon her countenance, but Mieke could see that she was gritting her teeth. Had Magdalena any blood in her body, it surely would have abandoned her upon hearing those screams. That sound is... Don't say it's nothing. It's not nothing. I just heard it again. Whoever is making these sounds must be in a lot of pain. Or else they must be very distressed. And whoever said that is a person... And whoever said that it is a person who is making these sounds. It must be. I can't think of what else would scream so fitfully. And no, I don't believe that it is the wind. Do you have more prisoners locked away in this castle that you're not telling me about? Believe me, Mieke, you would be far happier believing it to be the wind. No good will come from prying into these affairs. But I want to know. I know you want to know. That is the problem with you. You want to know everything. Well, I'm sorry, but I must keep some of my own secrets. I've been alive for over a century, and I've had an ample amount of time to acquire them. I doubt I'm alone in this. I'm sure you have some subjects you do not wish to speak of either. Magdalena's red-eyed gaze held Mieke's, her irises hard and unflinching. Mieke thought, as Magdalena stared, of Walter Gerhardt and their engagement, and her feelings, or lack of, towards him, and she winced. Magdalena was right. She had plenty of secrets she didn't want to discuss either. There was a difference in the severity of their secrets, however. Walter was not, as far as Mieke knew, currently incarcerated within the walls of this castle, screaming. If I am to live in this castle, I ought to know who else is residing beneath its roof. No, you really oughtn't. It's better this way. But, Mieke, please, this is my cross to bear, not yours. You've no need to worry about it. Appeasing the mistress is my job. The mistress? Mieke repeated this phrase, seemingly innocuous at first blush, yet containing within it a wealth of unspoken secrets. So there was somebody else residing in Magdalena's abode after all. Somebody Magdalena referred to as her mistress. That must mean that this mysterious person, this mysterious woman, held some degree of authority over Magdalena. What, though, could be more powerful than a vampire? Who was this mistress, and why had Mieke never met her? Why was she screaming so, as though she was being tortured? What is going on, Magdalena? That is not such a complex question, at least. Magdalena smiled, but it was an ill-fitting smile, which hung awkwardly on her lips, like a dress which had been taken in at the waist 2 inches too many. She must be hungry. She's awfully insistent like that. I was hoping to put this off, but it seems I will have to take more of your blood tonight after all. I had wanted to give you a brief reprieve from your duties, but it is not to be. I have duties of my own to attend to, after all, and my mistress can be very exacting indeed. Okay. Mieke sat upon the edge of her bed later that night, one arm extended at Magdalena's behest. It was the same arm she had extended to Magdalena the night prior, split with a thin scar like a garish piece of twine. Magdalena's fingers curled about the underside of Mieke's arm to better hold it steady. In her free hand, the one which was not occupied with Mieke, Magdalena held a knife, the blade sharp and silvery even in the weak, wispy moonlight which spilled through Mieke's drawn curtains. Just hold still now. There's a good girl. I will not take more blood than is needed. I can promise you that much. This will all be over in an instant. Mieke knew Magdalena meant well, but part of her wished that her captor's fingers would slip and she would nick a major artery, which would douse her skirts and her sheets bright red. Magdalena's motions were well practiced, however, just as they had been the night before. Her gloved fingers did not wobble, though her resolve might have, as she introduced the blade to the inside of Mieke's arm. Mieke shivered to feel the cold steel pressed against her flesh. Magdalena had not cut. Not yet, at least. But she could feel the edge of the blade and knew of the pain it promised. She had endured that pain once before already. Had that not been enough? The anticipation was unnerving. Mieke began to shiver. If you're going to do it, then can you please hurry? I cannot stand the waiting. My apologies. I had hoped to prepare you for it. But I suppose pain is not something one can really prepare for, not even if they have fair warning. I've seen hardier men than you cry at my heels, though I've never cared to be half so gentle with them. I don't much want to do this myself, but... well, never mind that. I will cut now. Hold your breath, and maybe close your eyes if you must. It might help. Mieke began, but was unable to finish. Magdalena, true to her word, had moved her hand, the blade, once inert, now slicing into Mieke's flesh. Magdalena scored the blade across the inside of Mieke's arm, an inch beneath her previous incision. Pain flared up inside Mieke in an instant, hot like all the flames of hell. Fortunately for Mieke, however, the incision was made quickly and cleanly. The blade retracted before Mieke had a chance to truly register what had occurred. A bowl was soon placed beneath Mieke's cut, into which Mieke bled, rivulets of crimson trickling down her pale skin and into the basin beneath. Mieke did not look at her cut. She could not bear to, but she could feel her life's blood oozing from her. It was incredible just how much a human body could bleed. The last cut Magdalena had inflicted had been thinner than a paper cut, yet it had bled profusely. Mieke wondered whether this blood was meant for Magdalena, or whether she meant to give it to her mistress, the one who had cried earlier, who had been hungry. That must have been where Mieke's blood had gone last night. Mieke had thought it odd Magdalena had not partaken of her blood in a more direct manner. What was the point of possessing such sharp incisors if one did not use them? By this point, Mieke felt as though she had bled for an indeterminate time. Her thoughts were beginning to slow, to become muddled. Her arm stung and she felt sick. She did not want to look at the sleek crimson which daubed her skin, nor Magdalena's pale, pinched face. She was afraid that Magdalena would look just as upset, if not more so, than she did herself, and Mieke couldn't bear that. She didn't want to pity Magdalena now, not when she felt so enervated. I think that should be enough. Mieke heard a soft thud as the offertory bowl was set aside. Then, she felt something soft and wet dab at the inside of her arm, against her cut, which still continued to bleed. Magdalena must have been wiping her cut clean with a kerchief. Finally, Mieke chanced to crack her eyes open. Her eyelashes fluttered as she surveyed Magdalena, the world once blurry now sliding into focus like a dial turned on a telescope. I'm sorry to do this to you, Mieke. Not that my apologies mean very much, I suppose. It's not like anything I could say now could erase all I've done. No, we forgive her, it's fine! With Mieke's blood having been collected, Magdalena soon took her leave. She tucked the bowl against her side, her slender fingers curled about it, then exited Mieke's chamber, closing the door behind her with a thud. There was a familiar click of a lock, which seemed to echo inside Mieke's skull, then silence. Mieke was, once more, quite alone. Left weary after the day's events, the inside of her arm still stinging, Mieke lay down upon her bed and looked to the ceiling. A yawn forced its way from her parted lips, and her eyelids began to droop. Before she allowed sleep to claim her, however, she felt her thoughts turning to Magdalena. She thought of the dark bruises beneath her eyes, from a lack of sleep, or so she had said, and the sickly pale pallor of her skin, white as leprosy. Leprosy? Did I read that right? Okay, I did. I was not expecting that. She thought of the violent red marks which ringed her wrist, which she had hurried to hide. That would be the mistress's doing, most likely. She thought of the screaming she had heard while tarrying it in the entrance hall, and of the way Magdalena had flinched to hear it, and her reassurances, feeble though they were, that those screams were not for Mieke to trouble herself over. Appeasing the mistress is supposed to be my job. Who was this mysterious mistress of whom Magdalena spoke? Mieke knew not, but she must have been somebody with leverage over Magdalena, powerful enough that even a vampire would grovel before them. I think it's so funny that Mieke is like, man, what could be more powerful than a vampire? And it's obviously another vampire. It's obviously another vampire. Like, girl, come on, use your thinking cap. Miyake turned over in her bed, the wooden bed frame creaking in protest, and trembled. At least now she could say for certain that she and Magdalena were not alone in this castle. There was another person sequestered away in one of the many rooms Miyake had never been in before. Magdalena's mysterious mistress. It was somewhat satisfying to have her earlier suspicions proven right, but Miyake did not feel any more at ease now than she had upon waking that morning. If anything, it was the exact opposite. How awful must Magdalena's mistress be if even Magdalena was afraid of her? Miyake hardly dared to imagine it. If she allowed her imagination to run riot, and the roses in Magdalena's... If she had allowed her imagination to run riot, as the roses in Magdalena's garden did, she feared she would never be able to sleep again. Oh, we finished the second act. Well, look at us. Look at us. The world in monochrome. Of course, of course. Right, Henny has to go to church to see the monster hunter. Sunday eventually arrived, after what seemed entirely too long, and with it came Henny's visit to St. Cecilia's to see Father Dorovac. Resuming through this game, we are... It helps that we're, like, locked in and being very focused. I am very curious. So I feel like Magdalena's mistress is probably... It definitely seems like she can't take care of herself. So it's either like a very injured vampire or like there's something going on there. I don't know. Maybe I see that and I just think back to it makes me think because I know like a lot of times when in vampire media when they get like super injured, it takes them a long time to recover, and the more blood they drink, the better the recovery goes. But also it kind of, I'm so sorry to be Black Butler brained on Maid. It kind of reminds me of the like zombies in Black Butler, and they need to like have a lot of blood, other people's blood, to be able to function. Not in the like drinking blood kind of way, but in the blood transfusion kind of way. And that's all I can think about of, oh, we're trying to bring somebody back from the dead here. Like, that's just what it feels like. But we'll see. We'll see what's actually going on, hopefully. Agnes accompanied Henny on this excursion, strolling beside her with a definite spring to her step. St. Cecilia's wasn't so far away from Walter Gearhart's home, and the two women made it to the church's impressive stone edifice in good time. Once inside the building, both Agnes and Henny took a seat upon the pews to wait patiently for the sermon to begin. Wait! Why is he kinda... Also, I hate to Black Butler a Maid again, but he looks like my favorite character. Who is also a priest monster hunter of sorts. But that is just coincidence, because he was just introduced in the manga like a year or two ago. And this game predates that. Also, it's just a generic goth priest, but he's very cool. I see why Agnes likes this man. When the congregation was seated, a man took the pulpit. He cut a tall, striking figure, dressed primarily in black, his arms and legs slender, and his hair dark and glossy. Even from a distance, Henny could tell he was a young man, his cheekbones high, his face devoid of wrinkles. Henny wasn't sure how old she would place him exactly, but she didn't think him to be much more than 25. Curious, she glanced at Agnes and murmured, "Hope his cuntiness matches his appearance." Me too! Me too! He's so cool looking. Playing the original Baldur's Gate now? Wow, how is it? How is it? Automod is once again trying to stifle the truth. I think it's so funny, because, like, there are certain words that I feel like I have had to tell Automod to allow, a billion different times, but I think it's like alternate spellings and alternate forms of the word, and it just keeps like coming up in different ways, and Automod's like, I know you said it was fine in this form, but what about this one? It seems complicated. Yeah, after playing Dragon Age Origins, I am a little scared of the older Baldur's Gates, and I'm also kind of scared of older versions of D&D. Anything that predates, I guess 5th edition is the only edition I'm familiar with. Anything that predates that kind of scares me a little bit. Just a tad. But I am curious to hear about your, I'm curious to hear about your experience playing Baldur's Gate. Sorry, the sentence was not forming when I first started speaking. Alright, what does Henny think about this cunty man? Cause I don't think she's into men. Is that Father Dorvac? Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm so glad he is here. I was worried he mightn't be. Then our trip would be for nothing. This is quite the relief. But it's too early to ask him any questions. You'll have to wait until the sermon is over. He has such a way with words, though. His sermons are never a bit dull. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Why did you summon the what's it called? The warden! Welcome in, Overlord. Welcome back. I am back. I suck at video games. We lost to the lag monster. Not the lag monster. Gaping jaw at deep of night 2? I should quit video gaming. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. If you're feeling like you should quit video gaming, taking a break from Night Rain is probably wise. It's probably wise. I know it's time for me to stop playing a rage-baiting game when I actually start to get upset. Like, when I've had one too many dog shit league matches and I'm starting to actually be upset, it's time to get off the computer. It's time to go do something else. And I feel like Night Rain would make me feel that way quite a lot. Mistrustfully. And he glanced back at Father Dvorak. You mean to tell me this man doesn't invoke trust? You know, actually... Do I think he's trustworthy, or do I just think he's hot? I don't think he's actually trustworthy. Well, maybe he is. But I understand Henny. Player names I just encountered in rapid succession in Final Fantasy. Grievous Sunburn, Zast Tom, like the Necromancer in D&D lore, and Scrambled Eggs. Scrambled Eggs. I love it. I really love it. Okay, question. Are player names typed in, or are they, like, generated in the sense of, like, Pop Tropica names? Or is it kind of like you have a list of words you can pick from? Because Grievous Sunburn and Scrambled Eggs are very much giving, like, generated in the Pop Tropica kind of way, or, like, picked from a list, and that's really funny. It's throwing me off that this game isn't turn-based. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! I don't think I ever learned how to play Dragon Age Origins without forcing it to be turn-based. I got better, especially in Inquisition, where I couldn't pause the game anymore, and I'm keeping up alright in Veilguard, but I don't think I ever made it through a Dragon Age Origins or a Dragon Age 2 fight without pausing and forcing it to be. Damn, they cut my organ music for this. Okay, well, I guess. Oh no, it's going again. Baldur's Gate, not turn-based? Oof. Oof. That's crazy. You can name them whatever you want, given the profanity filter doesn't catch you. That's so funny, though. Able to type in whatever, and you said, yeah, Grievous Sunburn, scrambled eggs. Sauce Tom makes a little bit more sense, but like Grievous Sunburn and scrambled eggs are really funny. They should get an award. She was in too anxious of a state to think overly much about anything save rescuing Mieke. Enjoying herself seemed a foreign concept to the young maid, ever since she had fled from Magdalena's home. There would be time enough for fun later. Henny was doubtful that the priest would be able to aid her as Agnes claimed. She had thought that he would be older. Truly capable men, the sort self-made business owners like Walter Gerhardt quoted, while smoking cigars in their studies, often seemed to be in their 50s or 60s, with domed foreheads and arched brows. To be fair, if we need a monster hunter, I think younger would probably be better. Henny knew little about capable men, but Henny knew little about capable men, implying most men she knows are not capable, which is kind of funny. Rest in peace. But she knew this, having seen the plaster busts of Seneca and Aristotle upon Walter's desk. Father Dvorvak seemed a little more than a boy when compared to these ancient philosophers, but this was not enough to make Henny discard his potential help outright. Cautiously intrigued by what the father might have to say, Henny settled upon the pew to listen. She sat in silence as Father Dvorvak spoke, and as he did so, Henny felt his voice wash over her. It was, after all, as Agnes had said, Father Dvorvak's voice was a sonorous one, which seemed to fill the church despite not being overly loud. Sweet as milk and honey, and just as enticing. Perfect. Seeing funny names in this game is one of the many joys. One of my favorites is regularly seeing Yowie Enjoyer and regularly seeing Yowie Enjoyer. And another is a person named Dr. Robotnik, who fully cosplays as Eggman all the time. I love that! The commitment is so good! I genuinely love when people do shit like that. It fills me with so much joy. It fills me with so much joy. Like, life is so worth living when I see Dr. Robotnik in Final Fantasy XIV cosplaying as Eggman in Final Fantasy XIV. Life doesn't get better than that, truly. I don't know why it, like, just delights me so much when people do things like that. As Father Dvorvak spoke, his eyes swept across the assembled face of his congregation. They were very dark eyes. Henny noticed a rich brown, which were soulful and serious. The father's gaze seemed to settle, midway during his sermon, upon Henny. It seemed as though he was looking straight through her, divining all her anxieties, which made Henny fluster. Suddenly shy, she averted her gaze to look at her interwoven fingers lying on her lap. Agnes had been right about his oratory gifts, but what of his ability to help Mieke? That was more important than his ability to espouse at length about God and his many miracles. Henny shifted in her seats as the sermon drew to its close, seized by an uncomfortable anxiety. She had tried not to raise her hopes overly much the night prior, for fear of being disappointed, but she could no longer contain herself. Her anticipation ran deep, just like the ocean. If he could not aid her, who could? Henny knew of nobody else to turn to. This Father Dvorvak, young though he was the only hope she had left. Imagine your only hope being some goth man who's a priest. I call it MMO bullshit. Affectionate. It's so good. It's so fun. The sermon came to a close after what seemed both too short and too long a time, and when it came a general flurry of activity as the congregation began to stand in mass. Most walked to the church's exit without further preamble, while others paused by the pews of their neighbors to share gossip about the latest goings-on in their homes. Yet, a few more stragglers stayed behind to offer their thanks to Father Dvorvak, who responded with a modest smile. Henny was among these stragglers, though self-consciously she hung back. Doubts had begun to creep up on her, much like shadows. She wanted to speak to Father Dorvac, but now she had an opportunity, she felt afraid to. She was anxious that all her hopes would be dashed, once and for all, and she would be left with no further recourse to aid Mieke. But Henny was a practical woman, and she knew she would accomplish nothing by dithering endlessly. The last of the finely dressed women complimenting the priest dispersed, and the church was almost emptied. Henny stood there still, at her pew, fingers twisted together at her front. Is Agnes here with us? Is Agnes backing us up? Because Agnes knows. Her eyes met Father Dorvac's, who looked at her in turn, his head tilted expectantly. It was now or never. Henny would not have been able to forgive herself had she squandered this chance Agnes had given her. Okay, good, Agnes is still here. It'll be all right, Henrique. Agnes prompted her with a small smile. I won't hang around for you. I wouldn't want to eavesdrop, but I'll be supporting you from afar. Please tell me how everything goes later. I'm eager to hear what Father Dorvac has to say. I hope he can be of help. Me too, Agnes. Thank you for suggesting his services to me. I really do appreciate it. Anytime. I'd do anything to help a friend. We're friends? That's so sweet. Beaming brightly, Agnes departed, leaving Henny and Father Dorvac alone. Henry inhaled, steeling her nerves, then took a step forth. The sound of her footsteps against St. Cecilia's stone floor sounded improbably loud, and her breath caught in her throat. Father Dorvac? Henny addressed the man once she was a few paces away from him, both hands clasped at her front. Yes? Father Dorvac responded in turn, his brown eyes softening as he saw Henny approach. Is there something you would like to ask me? I'm always open for dispensing with advice, particularly if it's a serious issue, which this seems to be. Your expression is awfully grim. Oh, is it? I didn't know. I'm sorry for intruding. I've never been to this parish before, and we've never met. You're not under any obligation to help me, but... Now that isn't true. Gently the father reprimanded Henny, his cheeks dimpling with his boyish smile. As a priest, it's my duty to help everybody, regardless of where they might come from. Your birthplace is of no relevance at all to me. I will listen to you regardless, though I would like to know your name first. That would make it easier for us to converse, I think. Oh yes! My name is Henrique. I don't come from Augsburg, but a smaller town a little ways away. I used to work for the Von Essen family, and it's on their account that I've come here today, Father. So you are Frau and Henrique, then, I see. And it seems that you are in a spot of a bother. Oh yes, well... I'm not the one in a bother, really. I'm fine, as you should be able to see. It's my mistress, who's in real peril. I tried to talk about it to her fiancé earlier. That would be her Gerhardt, but he didn't seem to grasp how serious it was. He's not lifted so much as a finger to help Mieke, though she was to be his wife. So I came to see you. I had no other choice. I don't think anybody else in Augsburg would believe me. Dear me. This does sound like quite the complicated situation you found yourself in. But no matter. I shall listen regardless, and I shall do my best to advise you. I cannot promise I will have an answer for all your problems, but I will try. First, however, would you care to sit down? You are shaking. Oh yes, thank you. Henny took a seat upon one of the pews as instructed, while Father Dorvac did the same. Facing her, the priest then said, You may continue. But before that, you might do better to address me as Johann, rather than Father. It's less formal, and I find it more conducive to putting people at ease. Is Johann your name? Father Dorvac, Johann rather, nodded. It's easier for more people to get their tongue around that than Dorvac. Man, how did he know? I know some people have trouble with it. How did he know? Right. Thank you, Father. I mean, Johann. What what I want to talk about might sound ridiculous, but believe me, it's no tall tale. I wouldn't have come here on the day of the Lord if it was. I don't hold with wasting people's time, no matter what here Gearhart might think. Everything I'm about to tell you is the truth, honest to God. I'll swear to it, even in the house of the Lord. I saw it with all my own 2 eyes. My mistress, my Mieke, she's been abducted by a vampire. Silence fell following Henny's improbable, unbelievable exclamation. The silence seemed to weigh thick inside St. Cecilia's, even thicker than the stone columns which supported its vaulted ceiling. Henny stared at her interwoven fingers, which rested upon her lap, unable to meet Johann's gaze. I do not want Magdalena to be hunted. That would be awful. But I also kind of want him to help her so that we can see him more. She was afraid if she lifted her head, she would see upon his youthful face the same derision which Walter had regarded her in his study. If she saw scorn in Johann's gaze, she feared all her hopes would wither and die. It was to Henny's immense relief, therefore, that when Johann did break the silence, it was not to admonish her. He sounded bemused more than anything when he said, "A vampire, you say?" "Yes, that's right. There's a vampire that lives in the forest, Johann, and she kidnapped poor Mieke. I know it sounds barmy even, but I'm not making it up, I swear. Herr Gerhard threatened to send me to an asylum for telling tall tales, but I never would. My mother brought me up better than that." "Yes, I believe you. You don't strike me as the insincerest sort, and I've no desire to cast any apprehensions upon your mother's character. I've never met the woman, but I imagine she must be a goodly sort to raise so astute a daughter. Now, what can you tell me about this vampire? What was she like? How did he know it was a she?" Right. What was she like? When did this all happen, and how did you and your unfortunate mistress meet her? "Oh, father!" Henny was so relieved at Johann's lack of judgment she could have cried in relief. Tears did begin to sting her eyes when she was so very touched, but she wiped them hastily away. Johann did not seem to think her in need of immediate incarceration, but that might change if she began to sob like a hysterical wench. It was with an immense amount of self-control that Henny inhaled, then launched into her tale. She told Johann about her journey through the forest with the von Essen family, and how their carriage had been attacked by bandits. She told him of the Lord and Lady von Essen's untimely deaths, and how she had been able to rescue Mieke before the bandits could finish her off too. She told Johann how she had run through the forest, Mieke in tow, as the fog swirled about them, chilling her ankles and sticking her skirts to her legs. She told him that Mieke had fallen and knocked herself unconscious, and she had feared they would have been done for. Brayden, welcome in! How are you? I hope you're doing well. You're here just in time. Our maid/best friend is seeking the help of a very beautiful man to save us from our vampire girlfriend. That's not our girlfriend yet, but like we're getting there. We don't need to be saved. So I'm really hoping this beautiful man doesn't vampire hunter my girlfriend, because that would be sad. Things are happening. Okay, I think I read that. Anyway, we saw this happen anyway. Unable to run away without her mistress, Henny had tarried while the bandits approached, fearing the worst. She had expected to be disposed of quickly with a knife through the ribs, but the killing blow had not come. Thank you for catching me up as always. Yes, of course, of course. A strange willowy woman, Magdalena, Henny now knew her as, had stepped forth from the fog, which swirled about her, and she had soon dispatched these brigands. Her strength had far outstripped that of an ordinary woman, as had her speed. She had decapitated 3 men, then faced down the 4th, all without pausing. The sheer shock of this had overwhelmed Henny, and she herself had shortly passed out. Upon waking, she had found herself in a cell alongside Mieke, and that was when she was reintroduced to their savior and also their captor, their tormentor. Johann listened to all this quietly, and once Henny had finished with her address, sat back, his expression inscrutable. That does sound like quite the alarming turn of events. I do not blame you for being so very shaken. It is admirable that you were able to recount what occurred to me in so lucid a manner. I commend your dedication to your mistress, and your desire to aid her. The pair of you must be awfully close. Yes, we are. Miyake is my dearest friend. I've known her since we were both little, and she means the world to me. She's much, much more than my mistress. They were in love! I've been meaning to find a way to save her for the last 2 weeks, but I've not made any progress. I can't find anybody who'll listen to me. I caved in. I shall stop with Night Rain for a while. I bought Clair Obscure 33 Deluxe Edition. Ooh, nice. I shall play it to completion and return to Night Rain. Let us know how you like it. I may be interested in playing it. I just know a lot of people who liked Baldur's Gate 3 also liked Clair Obscure. So, let me know how you liked it. And that, I presume, is why you came to me. It is, yes. I was told that you would listen to any problem, no matter what it might be. But if I'm being honest, I'm not sure how you can help. I saw what that monster is capable of. She's no ordinary human. She cut down 3 fully grown men in only a handful of seconds. It does sound unbelievable, you are correct, but you've no need to fret about that. I've no qualms in believing that strange, powerful beings might exist, hidden in the shadows, that few have borne witness to. Then you don't think I'm lying? If I did, I would surely be a happier man. But no, I do not. I can believe your words readily. I would never discount the word of a woman in need. As for your other concern, however... Johan's smile failed him. Frowning now, he recrossed his legs, then sighed. That is a more thorny one. Though I do believe you, I doubt I would be able to confront a creature such as this on my own. I am only a man myself, and not a great one either. What do you mean by that? It's going to be trying to hear my best characters from Baldur's Gate 3 and No, that is so fair. That is so fair. You'll get used to it though. If a lifetime of watching anime dubs has taught me anything, there's gonna be that one guy that's cast in fucking everything. He's everywhere. He's in all of the shows. He's in your dreams. You cannot escape that one voice actor. You'll get used to it. There might be a little bit of an adjustment period where you're like, wait a minute. That's literally Shadowheart. That is literally Shadowheart. But usually it'll be fine. And maybe the character is not all that similar to Shadowheart, so it'll be fine. But good luck. Oh, I don't think I actually read that. There's little I can feasibly do on my own. So it's rather fortunate that I don't operate on my own. I have a colleague who I think may be of some use to you, Frau Henrique. She should be able to help, should your plight pique her interest, but she isn't present at the moment. If you wish for an audience with her, you will need to return to this church later tonight, when the sun has set. Do you think you can do that? Oh yes, of course I can. If you can help my Miyake, you or your colleague, then I'll be more than willing to see you again. I might have to wait until midnight to slip out, but I'll be here as soon as I can. You have my word. Not Jaira, who is the Black Butler in Freerin, best character in the dwarf. Oh? Oh. Who is... I cannot remember who Jaria is right now. Anyways. Johan spoke as though Henny had no choice in the matter, but Henny knew she did not. Oh, Johan spoke as though Hinny had a choice in the matter, but Hinny knew she did not. Johan's offer to help, tenuous though it was all Hinny had to grasp. I'm glad we'll be seeing that beautiful man again. Her meeting with Johan concluded, Hinny returned to Walter Gerhardt's home, whereat she sought to keep both her mind and her body occupied. Though Sunday was, supposedly, a day of rest, this held true only in the mornings for Walter Gerhardt's maids. After midday, they were expected to resume their old routine, wiping down banisters, sweeping floors, polishing the silverware, and a myriad of other tasks which kept every moment occupied. The other maids murmured mutinously to themselves as they attended their chores, the malcontent spearheaded by Hermine, but only Henny welcomed the work. She was so desperate for a distraction that even Gertrude's sour expression was welcome. It served as a reprieve from her own anxious thoughts, all of which were centered around Mieke. Would Johan really be able to help her? It was strange he had asked her to visit him later in the day, but Henny supposed he must have his reasons. I think his monster hunter is another vampire. Because why else would she only be around at night? She would find out soon enough, she supposed, during her second visit to St. Cecilia's. It was hours until the sun would set, however, and so, until then, Henny kept herself busy. She deflected Agnes's curious questions about her meeting with Johan, I'll explain later, and kept her head down, impervious to Hermine's razor-sharp glares and her occasional whispers of, why is she still here anyway? She isn't one of us. She doesn't belong here. And she's not trying to belong here either. She never talks to any of us except dozy old Agnes, and what she sees in her is a mystery. I can't stand the way she holds herself, as though she's so much better than the rest of us. Who does she think she is, the Queen of Sheba? She might have worked in a fancy household once, but she's nothing more than a commoner. Oh, how cruel she is. She might be whispering, but it's clear she wants you to hear it. She might be pretty, but beneath that face, she's nothing more than a monster. Do you really think so? Yes, she's so wicked it makes my blood boil. I don't know how you can stand it, Henrique. Oh, I've my ways, Henny replied vaguely while wiping down the many windows inlaid into the hallways. She might be an ill-tempered creature, but so are a lot of people, especially pretty ones. I'm prepared to bet that Hermine was complimented one too many times when she was a youngster, and it's inflated her sense of self-worth beyond all reasonable measure. That's crazy. Yeah, he's totally a vampire. And that's, you know, all baddies are. He is the voice man in every anime ever, and he is the best teacher in Assassination Classroom, and he also part-times in Jujutsu Kaisen, and he has served in the Great Shinigami Army in Bleach, and also being a teacher to Naruto while occasionally sailing the crew in One Piece. Booked and busy. Booked and busy. And you love to see it for a voice actor, truly. You love to see it for a voice actor. I do think it's kind of funny when I first started watching anime, and I was like, damn, they just have the same 6 voices they use for everything. It is nice to see that it's a different 6 voices now than it used to be. Although, to be fair, the one guy that was cast in fucking everything, or one of them, he doesn't really get cast anymore because he is a nasty predator of a man. Which is such a shame, because he played Tamaki in Ouran High School Host Club, and he played Ed in Full Metal Alchemist. So it's like, damn, how are you gonna be all these iconic people in my life, and then be a fuck-ass nasty man? Oh, he's also Rohan. I think he might have gotten recast. I hope he got recast. I don't know. Sometimes they recast. Okay, I did read all of that. I don't think she's evil, though. She's certainly no monster. Hermine was no Magdalena, white of limb and red of eye, with incisors sharp enough to bite through bones. Henny did not care for Hermine, but she would not deny that she was a human. Even the bandits who had murdered Lord and Lady Von Essen had been humans, albeit amoral ones. Magdalena, meanwhile, was something else altogether. Oh, maybe you're right. I do think she's a bully, though. Try though I might, I just can't bring myself to like her. I think that's fair. I don't like the prissy miss very much myself, but I've suffered worse things than her silly insults. They don't really bother me. This was true, too. Henny had long since learned that, though Hermine talked a lot, none of the things she said were worth listening to. It was all silly gossip, really. Hermine treated everybody poorly, even the sycophantic scullery maids who buzzed about her, believing that they were friends. Hermine, in all her petty cruelty, seemed not the sort of person who was capable of having friends. She had only acolytes and acquaintances. Once more, Henny wondered why Walter Gerhardt put up with her. But that, she supposed, was largely irrelevant. Hermine spent that Sunday flouncing about, flipping her hair over her shoulders, as opposed to doing any real work, which eventually earned her Gertrude's ire. Nosy old hag, Hermine cursed after receiving a stern talking to from the housekeeper over her conduct. What's her problem? I swear she has something against me, and I've never even done anything to her. She's such a bitch. Okay, girl. Henny, for her part, rather enjoyed seeing Hermine get scolded, and not just because she felt Hermine deserved it, which she did. The fracas between Hermine and Gertrude had afforded Henny an opportunity to slip a ring of keys from Gertrude's pocket, keys which would be useful when she would have to leave later that night. She only hoped Gertrude would not spy they were missing, not until she had successfully met with Johann. That would scupper her plans. Henny attended to her chores with bated breath, waiting for Gertrude to bear upon them, nostrils flared, spitting queries about the thief in their midst. To her immense relief, however, nothing happened. The day wore on without further event, and eventually the sun began to sink beneath the horizon. The working day thus finished, the maids were dismissed by Gertrude, and they soon retreated to their servants' quarters. A few of the maids played a game of cards among themselves, and while another busied herself with some knitting. Agnes, meanwhile, stole Henny's side and softly said, "So, now will you tell me what happened? What did Father Dorvac say?" "He didn't say much at all, really, other than that he's sorry for my plight. He didn't decide on any particular plan of action, but he did ask me to come back to the church tonight so we can talk more properly." "Properly?" Agnes's brow furrowed. "Why couldn't you talk earlier?" "He said he had an acquaintance he wanted me to meet, who'd only be around later. Apparently she's the one who'll be able to help me." "An acquaintance, is it?" "She must be an odd sort of acquaintance, if she'll only speak to people after sundown. But I trust Father Dorvac. And if he says she can help you, then surely she must. He's not the sort to send people out on wild goose chases." "Oh, I certainly hope not." Henny sighed dolorously, then looked out the window at Walter's lushly sprawling garden and the street beyond it. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, and the roofs of the houses looked very dark indeed, almost sinister. "I have a lot of expectations riding upon tonight's visit with your favorite father, if he lets me down after all this." "I'm sure he won't. You should have more faith, and so will I. I will be wishing you well, not that my wishes mean too much, I suppose. I know I'm just a stupid girl, like Hermine says, but I really do want the best for you." "I know you do, and don't you fuss too much about what Hermine says. I know I don't. Nothing she says is worth much. How could it be, when her head is emptier than a hot air balloon? That's crazy!" Agnes started to giggle at this, which alerted Hermine's attention. She broke off mid-complaint with words "that bitch" still stapled to her lips, and glowered at the two women stood by the window. "And what, might I ask, is so very funny? Would you mind sharing with the rest of us?" It's nothing really, Hermine. I'm sorry." "If it really was nothing, you wouldn't have been laughing. And why are you apologizing?" "If you haven't been telling tales on me to our new friend, have you, Agnes?" No, I would never." "I hope for your sake that you wouldn't. It would be very silly to make an enemy out of me." "I think they kind of already are, though." I might not seem like much, being but a scullery maid, but I have friends in high places. If I wanted to, I could easily make your life a living hell. Please don't try my patience. I won't, I promise. Very good. Keep out of mischief now. And you too, Henrique. I don't know what you two are up to, always ducking your heads together and murmuring, but I don't like it. If you keep this up, I'll tell Herr Gerhard about you, and you'll be out on your ear quicker than blinking. I don't think Herr Gerhard needs an excuse to throw me out of his home. He's been chomping at the bit already. Well, I agree with you on that. You shouldn't even be here. Why Herr Gerhard lets you stay with us is a mystery. If you were pretty, I could at least understand it, but that couldn't be further from the truth. You're so plain I can't imagine any man ever wanting you. Well, good thing she's into women. Your brush with death is your only claim to fame, and the shock of that will soon wear off. When it does, you can bet you won't be here much longer. That suits me just fine. I don't intend to stay here much longer. Henny turned her back on Hermine, and Hermine turned her back on Henny, and the unease which brewed between them settled, for the time being at least. Sighing, Henny leant her elbows upon the windowsill and looked out at the sky. She'd no desire to be drawn further into Hermine's pettiness. What did Hermine matter when Mieke was still shut away in Magdalena's abode, suffering? So? Agnes spoke softly, so as not to be overheard once again by the malcontented Hermine. Are you going to meet Father Dorvac later? Of course. I've got to hear him out at least. I'm interested in this assistant of his. Me too. I had no idea he even had an assistant. You might have some trouble slipping out undetected, though. The doors are all locked at sundown, and only the most senior staff members have keys. I thought that might be the case, but not to worry. Henny smiled as she patted her pocket, feeling the grooves of Gertrude's keychain through the fabric of her skirt. I should be fine. I hope so, Henrique. Oh, do take care of yourself. Don't get caught when you're sneaking out, and don't get lost on your way to the church, and don't speak to any strange men. Henny chuckled. I know, don't fret. I'll head straight to the church once the bells toll for midnight, and I'll head straight back once I've finished with Father Dorvac. I'll be just fine, so don't wait up for me. There's yet more work to be done tomorrow, and Hermine will lay it into you if you stay awake late. Oh, she always lays into me. Not that she has much room to talk. She's such a hypocrite. Yes, I had noticed. Try not to pay her too much heed. It's hard not to when she talks so much, but that shouldn't be too hard tonight at least. Rather than worry about her, I'll be too busy thinking of you. I can pray for you too, if you'd like, if you think it would help. Agnes? Henny smiled, touched anew by the young girl's concern. Nobody in Walter Gerhardt's residence seemed to care overly much about Henny, or about her missing mistress, except for Agnes. Henny was glad she had found at least one ally in Walter's inhospitable household. It was one ally more than she had expected, and it made her feel less alone. Thank you. You're very sweet. The hour wore on, and the maids began to tire. Yawns spread between them as they brushed their hair and played cards, yawns which were as contagious as any illness. Hermine rose from her bed, then stripped herself of her maid's attire and into her nightgown, which prompted a further flurry of undressing. Henny, too, changed into her nightgown and slipped away beneath her covers. She did not want any of her fellow maids, particularly the eagle-eyed Hermine, guessing at her plans. She lay abed, curled upon her side, and waited for what seemed an interminable time, until the room was full of snoring. Once Henny was sure everybody was fast asleep, she rose, then changed once more into her maid's dress, it being the only outfit she had. She changed quickly, under the cover of darkness, fearful of making a sound. Her heart thumped all the while, and Gertrude's key sat heavy in her pocket, a physical manifestation of her crimes. She would be in a lot of trouble if her thievery was discovered. She would be put in the stocks at the very least, and perhaps imprisoned, either in a gaol or an asylum, as Walter had threatened. But Henny knew she couldn't let such threats unsettle her. It was too late to fuss about returning the key to its rightful owner. She had it, and with it she had a way of escaping Walter Gerhardt's home. She could not afford to miss her appointment with Johann in the church. Henny was still doubtful whether he could really help her, but he was the only lead she had. It was either him or nothing. Newly dressed, Henny paused at Agnes's bed. To Henny's surprise, Agnes was still awake. Her eyelids fluttered, and in the dark she murmured, "Good luck out there, Henrique." "Thank you very much, but remember my earlier warning. You really don't need to wait up for me. You young girls need your beauty sleep. And you don't need to keep calling me Henrique either. I've always found it too formal. Henny is fine." "Alright then, Henny. Stay safe." "I will. I always do. Surviving is one of my talents." So saying, Henny slipped from the servants' quarters. She shut the door soundlessly behind her without giving the room a backwards glance, not even a wave to Agnes's goodbye. Now her thoughts were filled with nothing but Mieke. Henny crept down the stairs, then crossed the narrow servants' hallway to the kitchen. Her footsteps sounded uncomfortably loud in the silence, but she encountered nobody during her trek, to her relief. She was quite alone. Henny eventually made it to the back door where the deliveries were made. Henny thought it better to quit the house here, where it was less likely she would be uncovered by any passerby out during a late-night stroll. Henny drew the pilfered key ring from her pocket with trembling fingers, then inserted a key into the hole. She tried to turn it, but was soon met with a resistance. The door refused to budge. She must have selected the wrong key from the chain. Henny clicked her tongue, then tried another key. This, too, refused to turn in the lock, as did the next, and the next, and the next. Each key Henny tried resulted in further failure, which made her imagination race. What if the keychain she had swiped from Gertrude's pocket was the wrong one? There were many keys on the chain, all heavy, chunky pieces made from iron, but there was no guarantee any of them led outside. Cold, hard panic now began to settle inside the pit of Henny's stomach. Her palms sweaty, Henny tried another key, the 8th, if she had been keeping count, which she hadn't. She turned the key in the lock expecting nothing but, oh! This key, unlike the rest, did turn, and smoothly too, like butter. The lock clicked and the door swung open, cool air rushing forth to meet Henny like an old friend. Thanking both her lucky stars and her deft fingers, Henny stepped out onto the street. She closed the back door behind her, locking it, then set out into the night. Augsburg streets were still unfamiliar to Henny, but she remembered the way to St. Cecilia's. She had ingrained it into her consciousness during her trek there earlier that morning with Agnes, lest she should be required to return. Henny had not imagined that Johann would ask her to come back so soon. Or so late, she supposed, as she glanced up at the moon. The moon was not yet full, but soon it would be. It hung above the roofs of all the fine houses, lighting their chimney stacks and the wrought iron railings which fenced in their fine gardens. Henny hurried on, her footsteps echoing about the streets. She prayed as she walked that she did not run into anybody. Not that she knew many people in Augsburg. The city was strange to her, the people even more so. The wind brushed against Henny's exposed cheeks and her fingers, so she shivered. It was early autumn, but it was uncommonly cold for it. It seemed the winter, when it arrived, would be frigid. Henny had thought little of the coming months, however, being so steeped in thoughts of the past. How could she plan for the future when she knew not how Mieke was? Henny's heart beat in tandem with each footstep against the cobbles, and with each monotonous strike of her heels, she thought of Mieke. Please let it not be too late. Please, God, I'm begging you, let me find my Mieke. If we can be reunited, I'll ask for nothing more from you, not for as long as I live. It was fortunate for Henny's nerves, which now were stretched to their breaking point, that St. Cecilia's was not so very far away from Walter's home. She arrived there in under 10 minutes, though it felt longer. Henny had been so entrenched in her anxious musings that time itself seemed to slow to a trickle. Henny's every footstep far too slow despite her hurried gait. The stained glass windows of the church were dark when Henny approached it, and the opposing wooden door was tightly shut. At a glance, it seemed to be closed, even to the most godly of its congregation, the priest within a bed. Henny hoped that this was all subterfuge, and Johann had not forgotten their promise. Henny approached the wooden doors with faltering steps, more anxious than she had been during her flight from Walter's home, and raised her fist. It was with cautious eyes she glanced about, searching the streets for any signs of life, but she found nobody. The streets were not wholly quiet. Henny could hear the sounds of drunken revelry from a nearby tavern, but the street upon which St. Cecilia stood was abandoned, the shops all closed and the lights in their windows extinguished. The breeze nudged Henny's arm as though spurring her onwards. She looked up to the wooden door which towered before her, as though to test her. She swallowed, tasting the cold air on her tongue. Then she knocked. Henny knocked hesitantly, fearful of awaking the people in the neighboring houses. Unfortunately for her, however, the sound of her knocking seemed much too loud, almost as loud as the erratic beating of her heart. Henny waited fitfully, shifting from foot to foot, yet heard no noise from within the church. Was Johann not there? Had he forgotten about her? This can't be! Perhaps he had simply fallen asleep while waiting, or maybe he had not heard her. Henny chanced another series of knocks, more loudly this time. She rapped and rapped until her knuckles felt sore, throwing caution to the wind until... Frau Henrique, so you did come back. I was beginning to wonder. The door opened with a low groan, and there stood Johann, illuminated by a silver wand candlelight which burned in the church behind him. He looked much as he had during Henny's initial meeting of the man, though Henny thought he was taller than she had recalled. Johann's neat, dark hair was parted at the front, revealing a high forehead which spoke of learning, and his brown eyes were soft and gentle. You kept me waiting such a long while, I worried you might have forgotten our arrangement. Marie was beginning to nag me about it. Not that that's anything new. She teases every chance she gets, wicked creature that she is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you. It took a while before I was able to slip away. I don't think the other maids would care to know that I'd gone off for a midnight stroll, or her Gerhardt. Ah, yes, I understand. We all have our own circumstances. I apologize if I put you in a tight spot. It's no problem. I imagine you've a good reason for wanting to meet me so late, no matter how inconvenient it is. Now, who's this Marie you spoke of? Is she your assistant? Oh yes, that's right. She's here now to say hello to you, though I think she'll be rather cross that I took the wind from her sails. Knowing her, she would have wanted to introduce herself. She's really very... Johann? Have you quite finished talking yet? I'm getting bored. It's rude to keep a lady waiting, you know. Ah, yes. My apologies. Do come away from the door, Frau Henrique. It's freezing tonight. I'd hate for you to catch your death of cold. Come and warm yourself. You can meet Marie while you're at it, and then you may tell her all you've told me. I'm sure she'll be interested in your tale. Henny thanked Johann, then entered the church, skirting the priest as she did so. St. Cecilia's looked much as it had during the daylight, with its vaulted ceiling and its stained glass windows. The darkness rendered it eerie, however, the rows of pews drowned in shadows. Henny glanced about, unsure of who she should be searching for. Then, with wide eyes, she stilled. A figure had been sitting upon one of the pews, though it rose its feet upon hearing Henny's approach and curtsied neatly. The figure was a diminutive one, so small, in fact, it made Henny start. The girl who stood... Yeah, this is absolutely a vampire. The girl who stood before her, Henny could not think of her as a woman, was evidently young, perhaps 9 or 10 years of age. If she was in double digits, it must have been only barely. Her skin was pale white, even in the flickering candlelight, and her hair was fair and wavy, all ringlets. The girl's eyes, meanwhile, were wide and staring, and her irises were a shocking hue which made Henny gasp. They were not blue or green or even dark gray. They were gold instead, and seemed to shine even brighter than the candlelight. The girl's eyes were even more sinister than Magdalena's. Are you Marie? Yes, that's right. Didn't Johann say as much? My name's Marie, and you are Frau Henrique, yes? Yes, that's me. Then you must be the woman Johann and I have been waiting for. It is very good to meet you, although you don't seem to share my sentiments. Why do you shrink from me so, a grown woman like yourself? Don't tell me you're afraid. Just look at how small I am. You've nothing at all to be scared of. I don't bite. At least, not that much. If Hyde Marie's eyes had not made it immediately apparent, then those teeth of hers, sharp as knives, served as the final nail in the proverbial coffin. Hyde Marie was not an ordinary little girl. She was inhuman. Good God, you're just like her. Like who? Like the creature that captured my mistress. You're another monster. A monster, am I? Is that what you think? Hyde Marie surveyed Henny, her smile unwavering. Holding one hand beneath her chin, the young girl tilted her head and said, I suppose I should take offense, but that might not be entirely inaccurate. To a human like you, I probably do seem like a monster. I won't deny, I'm capable of some rather wicked things. But Johann keeps me on a tight leash. He'll be the first to tattle on me should I step out of line to his superiors in the church, and then I'll be in trouble. If anybody knows how to strike fear into the hearts of the nigh on immortal, it's these boring men in their clerical robes. Then, does that mean you really are a vampire? Naturally. How many ordinary humans do you know with eyes as bright as mine, or teeth as sharp? I was a human once upon a time, but that feels a very, very long time ago now. I doubt the vampire you've a quarrel with. Oh, don't look so shocked. Johann told me all about it. Can hold a candle to me. I've been alive, if you care to call it that, for... Oh, I don't know. I've lost count. Mathematics has never been my strong suit, and it's been such a long time, my mind fails me. I think it must have been at least 400 years at this point, though. 400? It has been about that long, yes. Hyde Marie is prone to exaggerating, but she's being truthful on this score. She is an ancient vampire, one of the oldest, or so the church believes, in all of Europe. Hyde Marie clicked her tongue. It's not polite, you know, to talk about a lady's age in so cavalier a manner. If we didn't have a guest over, I'd bite you for your insolence, Johann. Damn. Okay. And it isn't polite, strictly speaking, to threaten people that you disagree with. Not that you've ever cared about minding your manners. I care enough not to terrify our poor guest out of her wits, though I'm afraid my attempts at magnanimity are not working. She's shaking like a leaf. Are you alright, Frau Henrique? You aren't about to faint, are you? I know this must be an awful lot to swallow. A lot to swallow is right. This is impossible. If you really are a vampire, then what are you doing in a church? And why are you acting so familiar with the father? Oh, dearie me, why could that be, I wonder? Why don't you let me elucidate you, Fraulein? I may be a vampire, and an ancient vampire at that, but I'm no mindless monster who can think of nothing but her next meal. I've had my fill of screaming humans and flowing blood, so you can rest easy. I've tasted blood better than yours in the past, I'm certain of that. I've drunk so much of it, in fact, that I've just about gotten sick of it. Which is for the best, I suppose. If I'd keep up my rampaging ways, the church would have seen to me like that. The church would have seen to me like that. Hyde Marie made a gesture now, against her neck. Oh. Against her neck, one which signified execution. I've been working for the church for over a century, my servitude in exchange for my continued life, and I've curtailed my bloodlust accordingly. I sup only on those whom I've permission to feed upon, namely the lucky members of the clergy who have been tasked with taking care of me. I'll only bear these fangs of mine for Johann. Does that satisfy your concerns, Fraulein? Well... Oh, please, Hyde Marie snorted. Don't tell me that you're still afraid. What cause do you have to flee from a collared dog tied to a post? Hyde Marie is telling the truth. She has a lot of bark, but no bite. Well? Johann chuckled softly. Her bite is rather formidable, but I'm the only one who has to suffer its consequences. You will be perfectly safe. I understand that you might fear her, but I've worked with her for almost 4 years, and she's never once given me any trouble. Beyond her tendency to answer back, that is. There, you see? I'm as good as gold. Why, my heart might even be as pure as a saint's. I don't know if I'd go quite that far. Most saints don't have past as bloody as yours. But it is all in the past, Johann. Well and truly, almost 2 centuries in the past, in fact. I've helped the church hunt down many, many vile vampires, and I've saved scores of screaming virgins. I've done more than a lot of your silly Christian saints ever did, martyring themselves for no good reason. At least I actually get things done. Okay, girl, don't kill my girlfriend, please. Why would the church send a vampire to fight other vampires, though? It makes no sense. Doesn't it? Heidemarie raised an eyebrow. Do you know what they say? Do you know what they say, Fraulein, about fighting fire with fire? The same holds true here. We vampires are a formidable race with unparalleled speed and strength. Johann would stand no chance against a vampire, being a bumbling human of limited physical strength, but I can make short work of the wicked Nightwalker who has kidnapped your mistress. Of that I promise you. Would you really be able to do that? It's well within my abilities. My past record ought to speak for itself. When it comes to hunting vampires, Heidemarie is second to none. If you wish to rescue your mistress, then we must rely upon her. I know you might find her disagreeable, but she's more trustworthy than she appears. She really has been an indispensable ally to me. Why, Johann, you flatter me. Oh no, is he like that one vampire from Witcher 3 who follows the Church of Eternal Fire or something? Yeah, I've never witchered in my life, but probably. Heidemarie does kill other vampires for the church. But you know, for being a child vampire stuck in the body of like a prepubescent child, she's doing pretty good. She seems pretty well adjusted. If you continue to be so complimentary, I may have to reward you in turn. Would you like me to bite you? Just a little? I've heard some people find it therapeutic. I wonder if that's what my cat thinks. My cat loves to bite people. You've not witchered? Not even once? I have never witchered. The closest I've ever gotten to witchering is hearing you and Raging talk about it, and then also some cosplayers I used to follow back in college cosplayed from The Witcher, and I said, oh, that's cool. What a silly little bard guy. But I've not played the games. I've not read the books. Question mark? I've not seen the shows. I don't know a ton about this Church of Eternal Fire, because that has never come up in everything I've heard about The Witcher. Oh, do behave yourself. What happened to trying to make our guests feel welcome? Johann tutted, then turned back to Henny. So, what do you think? Will you consent to letting Heidemarie help you? Well, You'll say yes if you really love your mistress, no matter how many misgivings you might have. You can spurn me if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one. But you'll only be hurting yourself in the long run. You shouldn't cut your nose off to spite your face, Fraulein. Even if it is rather lumpy. You need me more than I need you. Henny stood still for several moments, dithering, her heart hammering like a war drum within her breast. She hadn't imagined that Johann's acquaintance might be another vampire, one who seemed even more fearsome than Magdalena. I mean, to be fair, we had a really big clue, Henny. He did say, come back at night. My partner only comes out at night. That's okay, she's had a lot going on. One vampire is enough. It was a lot to take in. She was still reeling, hurt by Johann's lack of transparency, stunned by Heidemarie's impish words, and, yes, afraid to be in such close proximity of yet another godless creature. Up until 2 weeks prior, Henny had not known vampires existed. Now she had learned to fear them. Looking at Heidemarie made Henny's blood run cold, but so too did the memory of what Magdalena had done to those bandits. It was impossible that a human could contend with such strength, but Heidemarie was not a human. As a fellow vampire, perhaps she could overwhelm Magdalena. It was worth a try, at least. Anything was, for Mieke's sake. Alright, I'm prepared to trust you, Heidemarie, despite my misgivings. I will leave my mistress's safety in your hands. And what capable hands I have! So fair and slender, like two lovely lilies. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Fraulein. You're most kind. Heidemarie took her ornate skirts in both hands and dropped a curtsy. A partner that only comes out at night needs to get vitamin D. Yeah, that as well. That's, you know, to Henny's favor. It's very reasonable. It could have just somebody with a vitamin D deficiency that just wanted to keep their vitamin D deficiency. Surely there's lots of people like that. I would be more than happy to assist you with your little problem. It's been a while since I went on a hunt. I've been fitfully bored. Before that, however, I would propose a plan. What sort of plan? Will you not go rescue Mieke? Of course, but tonight would be a poor time for it. My services haven't been required in quite some time, and I've been spending most of my time sleeping to conserve my energy. I need a few days to rejuvenate. And no small amount of blood. Heidemarie looked to Johann, then grinned unpleasantly, as a gargoyle might. I hope you're prepared. It would be most unfortunate for all of us if you were to collapse upon me. You're concerned about me? How kind of you. That makes quite the change from usual. You needn't worry about my resilience, however. I'll be quite alright. That's what I like to hear. You religious men might be boring, but at least you're strong. You're no strangers to suffering, I'll grant you that. The Lord does send us these trials to test us. How does letting a child drink your blood test you? You know what? It's fine. Whatever he needs to tell himself. Johann smiled wryly, while Heidemarie scoffed. Yes, but it won't be your precious lord who's going to make a meal out of your neck, you dingbat. You can be so cruel sometimes. I used to be crueler. I'm afraid I've lost my edge, spending so much time with you. You're a terrible influence. Now, we shall pursue this wicked vampire in 1 week's time, upon the night of the full moon. My powers should then be at their peak. None should be able to stop me. They do say that pride comes before the fall, you know. To lesser mortals, perhaps, but not to me. Since when have I ever failed in my duties? I suppose you have a point there. I always do. Smiling smugly in the manner of all young children who had successfully managed to outwit an adult, Heidemarie looked back to Henny, one hand resting upon her hip. I shall bid you off Widersen for the present. All this random German. I'm so bad at German. The hour is advanced, and while we vampires thrive in the dark, you humans need your rest. Do not be a stranger, though, I beg of you. I will require your services when the appointed day comes, so you can guide me into the woods to the abode of this vampire. Do you need me to stick around, then? Isn't that what I just said? Do try to listen. We'll never get anywhere if I'm obliged to continuously repeat myself. Worry not, please. I'm sure you must be nervous, wandering into the woods so late at night, but you will be quite safe. I will be with you, too, to ensure that Heidemarie doesn't get up to any mischief. I mean, I guess at least it means we get to see Johann more. As if I would. You wound me, Johann. Heidemarie pouted, but it seemed put on, too theatrical to be heartfelt. Did Heidemarie even have a heart in her possession, tucked away inside her ribcage, which continued to beat? Henny wouldn't have been surprised if the ravages of time had turned it to dust. This vampire's abode will most likely be concealed from prying eyes with some sort of glamour. If you're able to bring me to the rough location, however, I should be able to see past her trifling enchantments. This silly little vampire will be in for quite the rude awakening indeed. Oh, I can't wait to see the look of surprise upon her face until I slice it off her skull. I can't do that to my girl. Oh no. This is going to be so much fun. Damn. Well, what a great place. What a great place. Not the child vampire slayer. Okay. That's as good a time as any to wrap it up. I'm so stressed. When I decided to play this game, I didn't realize that my girl was at risk. I had no clue my girl was at risk. Being called a monsieur by a French lanky man's with silly mustache would be the greatest joy. Has this happened to you, Overlord? Has this happened to you? What a cliffhanger. Claudia from Interview with a Vampire is involved somehow. And you know what? She's well adjusted. I was thinking about Interview with a Vampire when that child showed up, because I feel like child vampirism, you don't really see it a lot, question mark? I could just be lying. I could just be fucking lying. I've actually seen it quite a bit. I am lying. A lot of times it's used, or like with Interview with a Vampire, the whole point about it being illegal to make child vampires is that you basically make a person who developmentally, especially physically, is stuck at the level of a child, and I'm not really sure how that works with the brain. The way the Interview with a Vampire show made it sound like is that Claudia would always mentally, developmentally be a child as well, despite her years and years and years of life and experience and growing and maturing. But also in the show, Claudia gets turned as a teenager instead of a 5-year-old. And to be honest, there's a lot of people walking this planet that have not emotionally matured past being a teenager. So it's a little harder to tell. And I've not read the books yet, so I really don't know. Claudia, if she hadn't crashed out. It's not even that Claudia crashed out. Claudia, if Armand wasn't such a, and I love Armand, but Claudia, if Armand wasn't such a tricky ass bitch. Anyway. I've yet to happen, but I shall travel there again sometime. Good luck. I hope you come across a very nice French man, lanky with a silly mustache, and that he calls you monsieur. Anyways, we can raid into Amanda. She's playing Final Fantasy. Which will be great for Deer. Final Fantasy Overload. I've only seen the movie where Kirsten Dunst was Claudia. Yeah, I've not seen the movie. I have convinced my mom to sit down and watch the show with me, because I've been telling her for a year now that she needs to see it. And last time I saw her, I said, "What are you doing this summer?" And she goes, "Why?" And I said, "You're watching Interview with a Vampire with me." And she goes, "Great, I would love to." And then she said, "Am I gonna have to, like, buy it?" And I said, "No, don't even worry about it. I have it. I have it on Blu-ray. We can watch it." She's excited. I can't tell which is the bigger horror, being mentally a child forever or being mentally an adult but trapped in the body of a child. I think being mentally an adult but trapped in the body of a child would be worse, because you're very aware of how people are perceiving you. And the one thing with Claudia's character that was like particularly heartbreaking for her is because of her unique situation of mentally being an adult but physically not being an adult. Kind of put her in this weird thing where if she was going to find love, the only people that would love her would be people who were children, which was, she was not interested in dating teenagers at this point. The only people interested in her were children or nasty ass predators who were into children. And she didn't like either of those options. And that's awful. And I feel like if you're mentally a child, you may not be thinking about that as much. It's the silver lining on that cloud. FF time, have a wonderful night. You guys as well. Bye, Britton. It's almost book club at the bookstore. I gotta go to book club. Have so much fun. I hope you have a great book club meeting. Oh, wait. I read that so wrong. I read that and then I said, wait a minute. It's 10 o'clock at night. That's rather late for a book club. Interview with a Vampire is on the reading list for the vampire book club that Hannah and I are doing. Picked for it. That's so fun. I've heard those books are kind of a lot. And apparently there's so many of them. Fortunately, I have to go to bed because of work tomorrow. I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow, dear. Okay, let me stop yapping and let me get this raid started. Let me do my typing. Okay. That's it from me. They voted for something else, that's fair. That's it from me. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. And if you don't have any plans for Valentine's Day and you want to watch a bunch of idiots play Baldur's Gate and maybe get the Astarion Act 2 romance scene depending on if we finish all of the finale fights. I think I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Roy and Moya on stream on Saturday. I've not asked them yet, but Moya does not have Valentine's Day plans. And I think Roy is celebrating Valentine's Day early with a vacation, which is why he wasn't here last week. So anyway, that is it for me. I will see you guys possibly for Baldur's Gate 3 on Saturday. And I hope you guys enjoy hanging out with Amanda. And I will see you guys next time. Good night.